Good evening and welcome along to the Hero Hockey World League Finals 2015. Leandro Negre there in the middle of your picture. The International Hockey Federation president is in good spirits ahead of this one. It's the quarterfinals and a good crowd building for this one, as you'd expect. It's match number 13 of the tournament, quarterfinal number 1, and it is the Netherlands versus Canada. Let's have a look at today's fixtures then. Netherlands versus Canada. Then it's Australia versus Germany. Tomorrow's games, Great Britain versus India, the hosts, and Argentina versus Belgium. The top 8 sides in action. And there the fireworks to meet the players. Quarter-final number 1 then, the Netherlands, the world number 2, against Canada, the world number 14. Oh, here they come, Netherlands away to the left-hand side in the all-white kit. Canada today playing in the red shirts and black shorts. What an entrance for the players, what a moment. It is a must-win game for both games, or for both teams. Not a bad way to make an entrance into the International Hockey Stadium here in Raipur. VIP of the evening will now meet both captains, starting with the Canadian captain, Scott Tupper. Raghu Prasad and Paul Walker are 2 umpires, and Robert van der Horst, captain of the Netherlands. That's a nice look. I have to get myself one of those. So then on to the national anthems. Ahead of our first quarter-final lineup. We'll start with the Netherlands.
National anthem of Canada.
It is quarter-final number 1 of the Hero Hockey World League Finals 2015, coming to you live from Raipur in India, and it is the Netherlands versus Canada. We'll take you through the Netherlands starting lineup. No Jaap Stockman this evening. He is replaced by Black in goal. Schuurman, Turkstra, van der Horst, the captain, the number 24, and Mink van der Weerden, the penalty corner specialist, number 30 at the back. In the midfield, it is Verga, Bakker, and van der Schoot that make up the midfield. And up front, Hertzberger, Kellerman and Brinkman. Our opponents this evening, Canada, the world number 14, the Red Caribou. They make a change in goal. Kindler comes in for Carter, despite Carter's 24 saves in the match against Australia. Johnston, Froese, Tupper, the captain wearing the number 4 jersey, and Gill, the number 11. Ho Garcia, Pearson and Smythe in the midfield. Mark Pearson there, the number 19, 2 goals in the tournament so far. Narana Texera, Guest and Bissett are front line up there, the forwards for Canada, and they're their starting 11. These two sides have met 8 times before. Netherlands have won all 8 of those encounters, and there's a look too at their last 10 international matches. The Netherlands are unbeaten in 10, not one single loss coming in their 10 matches, the world number 2. As for Canada, well, they've played 10, won 10 or won 5 and lost 5. Our 2 umpires this evening, away to your left is Raghu Prasad from India, and Paul Walker away to our right-hand side from Great Britain, making his 15th international appearance as an umpire this evening. Billy Backer's set, as is Jagadish Gill, settling for this one, quarter-final number 1. Canada to get us underway then. Quarter-final number 1, it is match number 13 of the Hero Hockey World League Finals 2015. It is a must-win game for both these two sides if they're to progress through to the semi-finals. Former GB international Simon Mason is watching this one with us as the Netherlands attack the goal away to the left-hand side here in the all-white strip and blue socks. The ball back towards Hertzberger, not complete there. Brinkman passed just a little bit out in front of Hertzberger. But Simon, we're expecting a few goals in this one, and most of them going Netherlands' way, we expect, but anything can happen, of course.
Can indeed, Mike. Thanks very much, and good evening to everybody. It's a case of a challenge for both sides, a challenge for the Netherlands because world hockey would expect a dominant display and a winning position at the end of this, and then a challenge for the Canadians. Can they stay competitive for long periods of this game? Are they going to give up those early goals that they have done during the course of this tournament? For them, they've already said it's a learning experience, but can they get something out of this game?
Little lift over there from Mink van der Weerden, and leading back towards the ball was Turkstra. Berger over the ball now. For Canada, this is a great opportunity to play against one of the world's best sides. Both these two sides, remember, have qualified for Rio 2016, and for Canada, there is no expectation here. They just want to try and compete, get in the game, get that vital match experience ahead of the Rio 2016 Olympic Games. It is Netherlands ball again here, just outside the shooting circle. Remember, the ball has to be shot from inside the circle. Berger just playing the ball back through Backer, and crossfield ball. Just trying to find the gap at the moment, try and get an early attempt on goal, but there's a mistrap, and that hands the ball back to Guest, who has a bit of space in front of him. We'll throw the ball forward to Bissett. One-on-one here at the back. Can he get a penalty corner? Can't keep it in, unfortunately. Good break, though.
Well, there will be some spaces because the Netherlands are going to have to try and dominate high areas of the field. The Canadians will sit back at times. I mean, the Netherlands just have to hold the ball in the middle of the pitch, draw either Jagadish Gill or Scott Tupper out from the top of the D, and then go down the flanks because they haven't necessarily got the pace to cope with really quick transfers.
There is just one injury in the Canadian lineup, and that is to Keegan Pereira. All brought down there in the danger zone, though, and Backer's giving chase here. It was craftily brought out, wasn't it?
Froese doing very well. That's incredibly cool and calm on the baseline, picking the ball up and carrying it on the head of his stick. Feels there's no other option. By taking it to the air like this, it makes it so difficult to tackle him, and indeed Brinkman just tapping his stick.
Here's one for you that I wasn't quite sure on there. How far is he allowed to carry that ball on his stick, just on the head of the stick like that? Could he have walked it all the way out?
In my opinion, you can. I don't think there's a specific rule that says you can't do it. It's classified, it's based on danger. If you took it up to waist height, what you'd be doing is encouraging a tackle to come in at a dangerous height. By carrying it below knee level as he was, I think it's pretty much, if you can run the whole length of the field with the ball at that position, fair play.
It does make it incredibly hard to tackle without taking the stick, of course. Sherman recycles the ball, and the Linden over there on the right-hand touchline, waiting patiently, was Mink van der Weerden as well, who now does get the ball. He's their penalty corner expert, wears the number 30 shirt for the Netherlands. We've only seen him score 1 goal in the tournament so far. Talking of goals, Canada have been finding it hard to score them in the tournament. Just 3 in the tournament, 2 for Mark Pearson, 1 for Devon Narana Texera. 16 goals conceded. That's the most goals conceded by any side here in the tournament. But as you'd expect, they are the world number 14. It's just about keeping everything in context.
It is about that, exactly. And for example, keeping it in context, the Canadians have chosen to put Kinder in goal in this match. Quarter-final, even though David Carter, one of the best goalkeepers in the world at the moment, is on the bench and he was man of the match against the Australians, they've still chosen that rotation. Give more people experience.
A little charge here from Canada as they go in search of the first penalty corner of the game. They couldn't find a foot inside the circle. It does give the Netherlands an opportunity to counter-attack now from deep in their own half. Long run being made up front by Kellerman. Can't quite get to that one.
Well, that shows great awareness from 2 teammates. Sevi Van Ast took that ball out to right half, and as soon as he drifted, Kellerman cut left to right across the pitch to find the space.
There is Carter, 34 years of age, and as we mentioned in the pre-match, 24 saves in the tournament against Australia. Australia only managing to get 3 from 18 penalty corners. Quite a night, and that's why he was crowned hero man of the match against Australia in their last pool game. That one brought down, but the first touch too weighty and taken out into touch by Philip Wright.
Well, it would be improbable for this to go to a shootout at the end of the game, given the world rankings that exist and the relatively dominant performance we expect from the Netherlands. But if it was to get as far as a shootout, Carter was the hero in World League 3.
Mink van der Weerden takes on the charge. There's space here for the Netherlands to open up their account. The ball played back towards the P spot was intercepted. They're looking for a penalty corner now, and it's the first save taken out for a long corner by Anthony Kindler. The Netherlands had numbers over there.
We see the ball go to the baseline, eyes up so much time. It's a lucky touch from Froese in the end as he jumps. Ball going back to the Netherlands and Kindler making sure it's safe.
Berger now is with the vision, draws in 3 players and finds that little gap. There's 4 drawn now, and Berger just kept going on his run. Made light work of the Canadian defence there. There's the space for Van Ast to run into this time. We'll take the early hit. There was a jab tackle there, and a brave tackle too from Mark Pearson. Easily identifiable there because of the headband that he's got on this evening.
What a tackle, absolutely brilliant. Berger cutting into the head of the circle, takes the impact from Tupper. That drew the free hit that then resulted in Pearson's tackle that we were talking about.
Look back at the 2 sides' performances in the tournament so far. Canada have played 3, they've lost 3. 3 goals for, 16 against. Games against Great Britain, where they lost 3 goals to 1. Belgium, where they lost 7 goals to 2. And then in action yesterday as well against Australia. World champions, of course, losing that game by 6 goals to 0. What can we take from Canada's performances so far in this tournament?
Well, to me, they've got a reasonable defensive structure. They know where their strengths lie. They've struggled to get the ball into high positions under control. It's all been about whether can Guest get it and then beat 4 players. For me, the learning experience is about, do we have enough ball control to carry it to these sort of positions where Johnson is now? Can we hold it? Can we look to then make those incisive 45-degree passes from wide in towards the top of the circle?
They've scored their goals against the likes of Great Britain and Belgium. Mark Pearson, one of the standouts, and Gordon Johnson not able to trap the ball down there and bring it back, but he's got some great stick skills as well that have been on display in this tournament so far. Hertzberger, not a chance yet to shine, but Tupper coming towards the ball and getting there first. Now played into the path of Ho Garcia, Burnaby in BC.
Well, Ho Garcia's pace isn't something we've seen enough of so far in this competition. He is electric when he gets his wheels going, but he hasn't done what we've seen in the past where he picks it, he takes the ball out to his left foot and then cuts left foot to right foot and accelerates around the outside.
Into danger here when he misses the ball?
Well, you see Floris van Linden just, his head just flinches away, which suggests, yes, there is danger there. Umpire Paul Walker not thinking that the swing was close enough to the opponent.
Yeah, and his opinion down there, he said there was enough space between the player and the ball.
I think it's, in my opinion, it's less about the space that exists and more about the reaction from the player. If you are put off, it doesn't matter whether it's a metre and a half or 2 metres, if you then step away because of the potential for impact, that's an advantage that the player's gained.
Here is a player that can make an impact, but 3 players around him at the moment. Jeroen Hertzberger and Canada come away with it through Hildreth. Now Tupper, skip past there over to the left-hand flank that finds Johnson. Good spell of possession for Canada.
It's better from the back three, but they're still very flat. They've missed Froese out twice on that transfer. But Froese essentially isn't providing anything. What he could do here is drift out to the right and force Tupper up the right touchline. Just give more passing options. It's effectively a flat back three, and they can't go anywhere because the Dutch front line can just cut off all the passing lanes.
Yeah, they can do this all day long, of course. Now the Dutch do decide to step up from that half-court press. Seve van As just a little touch on. Great stick skills to eliminate all three players there. Lovely. Kept on going. Tupper intercepts in the end. Well, this is how to do it. Check these out.
Well, this is magic. Left to right, just leaves players for dead in his wake. Yes, he goes a little bit too far, and Tupper eventually steps in and makes the tackle. But beautiful balance.
Seve van As, just 23 years of age, wears the number 9 shirt for the Netherlands, making his 89th appearance today. He's got 14 goals to his name so far, and he's certainly one of the most promising players coming out of the Dutch programme. There's Jonker, who's back there to tidy up at the moment. No way through for Canada, although Ho Garcia there pleading his case.
Well, he was obstructed, however, the ball had gone too far. We see here, watch where he pops the balls, he cuts in, the ball's then gone. The covering tackle from Jonker meant I think Jonker would have got the ball first. So even though he's gone to ground, there's no disadvantage to him.
Well, Canada will be just looking to stay in touch here with the Netherlands, who, remember, are the defending champions of the Hockey World League. They're also the European champions this year from 2015. There's an aerial ball brought down and watched expertly by John Smythe.
A vital takedown because Verga was behind him. He'd seen the ball. As soon as Bakker dropped his right shoulder towards the floor, it suggests the body position suggests the overhead. Your forward can then lead behind your fullback, and it was instantaneous, that movement.
A few gaps in there behind the midfield, but nothing too much to trouble the Dutch defence. So they're at the bottom of your screen. The last time that the two sides met, that was earlier in the year. There's the aerial ball through and the clean take from John Smythe. It finished 6-0 to the Netherlands when they met in Argentina in the semi-final stages of Hockey World League Round 3. This the finals, and well, it was a great tournament for Canada, who qualified to get this far. Huge progress as far as their programme goes. Sherman now picks up the ball for the Dutch and thinks about popping inside, instead lays it off to Verga.
Well, for the Dutch, one of the keys has to be generating their own intensity, because the team in front of them will be relatively static, and therefore you need to keep leading. The midfield and the forwards need to keep moving, keep rotating to create the uncertainty in the defence and therefore the passing lanes for their back four. If they let the intensity drop down to the Canadians' level, they'll find those lanes just close up and they'll end up forcing the play.
Netherlands then, who finished top of their pool, 7 points from their first 3 games. Draw in their opening game against Germany. As that ball comes in towards Bakker, and just wondering why he didn't try and get a bit more on that. Maybe he felt there was a small deflection. That's what he was indicating to the umpire. Why did Bakker not prod this one home?
It comes in, I think his weight's on his right foot. His stick's by his right-hand side, so he's on the forehand. There's nothing that he can get across his body. It's just one of those moments that you've led for a completely different ball.
Pressure now on. Tupper's under the cosh here. Gill in support. Good power, but not quite the precision to find its target. It was Bissett who was leading out wide.
Well, that looks at the moment like one of the tactics that maybe Anthony Ferry is trying to get Canada to play. Bissett, as soon as the ball goes out to right half, whether it's Tupper rolling out or whether it's conventional right half play, Bissett's leading infield to then come back out to the right-hand side for those longer passes.
Gill's having a busy evening so far. He's in the middle of it all there, as well as he once again tidies up defensively for Canada. A short pass into the midfield and peel out from Pearson. There's a tomahawk back into his captain.
This is where the Canadian back three are so flat. There needs to be angles between them if they're going to get anything out of these transfers. It has to be quicker and on different angles, left and right.
They'll be happy with this first quarter performance, though, against the world number 2. Canada holding their own. No goals as yet to bring you. Plenty in the tournament for the Netherlands. I say plenty. Least goals conceded, 3. And just 6 goals from their attack. Who's going to be the player from either side to break the deadlock this evening? Remember, it finishes 0-0 or out a draw of any sort, and we'll be going to a shootout. Know how good Canada are at those.
Well, that shootout that we saw in Argentina, Canada versus New Zealand, was one of the most amazing bits of hockey I've ever watched. For anybody who didn't see it, go and find it on the internet, go and find on YouTube, whatever it was. I can't even remember the number of shuttles that there were, the shootout, but it finished 8-7. It was something like 40. It was ridiculous. It was 2 exceptional displays of goalkeeping from Carter and Devon Manchester of New Zealand. Just brilliant to watch.
That's right, they beat New Zealand 8-7 in the shootout. Quarter-final stages of the Hockey World League round 3, the semi-final stages, and here they are, having booked their place in the finals. Holding their own here against the Netherlands. Final few seconds of the first quarter. Looks as though it's going to finish a goalless first quarter too, because Canada have the ball here deep in their own defensive territory. Tupper in no rush to take this one. Just watches the clock tick down, and that is the end of the first quarter. So 15 minutes gone. Goalless between the Netherlands and Canada. Canada will be very happy with their first quarter performance. Long way still to go in this one, though, at the end of the first quarter. Netherlands 0, Canada 0. Well, we'll take you through some of the highlights. The fireworks being some of them. Not too many fireworks as far as goals and goal-scoring opportunities go, but the Netherlands getting the best of those opportunities in the first quarter.
Yeah, in the end, Roel Bovendiert getting the ball towards Kindle. He was busy in the circle. He's been good this tournament so far, but that wasn't a great outcome. Jagdish Gill then picking the ball up well on his own baseline after the Netherlands had tried to exploit that right-hand side. It was consistent in the Netherlands play. They did come down the right on a number of occasions. Billy Bakker missing the ball. It went to his right as he was probably thinking it was going to come to his left. He overran it fractionally. So, yeah, 0-0 at half-time. Very few opportunities.
There's a look at some of the other statistics from the first quarter. 3 circle penetrations for the Netherlands, 2 for Canada. We've had no penalty corners in the game, and the Dutch enjoying 70% of the possession in their opponent's half, with just that one shot for Anthony Kindler to deal with. Players are back out for the start of the second quarter. Well, the Dutch players at least. The Canadian players just getting a last little bit of instruction there from Anthony Farry. Farry, the Australian who stepped up from assistant coach after Canada failed to qualify for the London 2012 Olympics. They have qualified for Rio 2016 though. And it's back to business here at the Hero Hockey World League finals, the quarter-final stages. Their opponents this evening, the Netherlands. 0-0 the score as things stand. Canada to push back at the start of the second quarter. A goalless first quarter. Just the one shot on target. It wasn't really a powerful shot for the Netherlands in that first quarter. And honours even, and Canada doing well to sort of hold their own here against the world number 2.
Yeah, last night, Mike, we saw Great Britain take on Belgium in what we termed as a heavyweight contest. 2 teams going absolutely toe-to-toe, slugging it out with each other with the intensity of a medal match. This is a completely different affair. This is a chess match. It's going to be tactical. Canada, there is no point them trying to go toe-to-toe with the Dutch. That would be a pointless exercise. The Canadians have to set that defensive stall, be compact, stay composed, and then take the occasional opportunity that presents itself.
If they can stay patient and just try and keep the scores deadlocked for as long as possible, then who knows? Maybe, just maybe. Into the circle, looking for their first penalty corner. The Dutch have to be careful here to watch their feet. Bakker picks up the ball, but the ball is loose, and no penalty corner, says the umpire. But that, the best phase of play at the start of this second quarter for Canada.
Clever free hit that ended up with the ball in the circle. In the end, it takes a back stick in the middle of the circle as Canada are trying to get the second phase. It wasn't forehand. James Kirkpatrick unable to get the right part of his stick on it.
Yeah, worth just mentioning, if you are new to the sport, you can only use the one side of the hockey stick, that open stick side. So when you see the players take it onto the backhand, they're actually using the same side of the stick. High skill level involved.
It just means that to begin with, any youngsters taking the sport on, it's that dexterity, it's the ability to rotate the stick in the hands. So when you then get to this level, how the players then move the ball so quickly across the body, forwards and backwards. If you imagine just having a 1 metre square box in front of you, they can take it to each and every corner of that box at incredible speed, simply because they can move the stick through the fingers, the palm of the hand so quickly.
You want to see Simon Mason's prediction, then it's at the bottom of your screen now. The Netherlands to win by at least 3 goals. What do you base that on?
Ranking, experience, what we've seen in this tournament, but I've kept it down to 3. We spoke about it before we even got here this evening between the commentary team, and there's suggestions that yes, on a different day you could see a 10-0 scoreline because of the Netherlands' success. Cedric there has predicted 6-0. It could be any of those, but the Canadian defence has been so resolute. The goalkeeper, particularly Carter, who isn't playing tonight, has been outstanding. You could just see them holding it down to that sort of scoreline.
Of course, it was 6-0 when these two sides met each other in the semi-final stages at Hockey World League Round 3 in Argentina. Also the same scoreline in the 2010 Hero Honda FIH World Cup when the two sides met in Pool A. That one finished 6-0 as well. Not really been any particular passages of play in the game so far that have brought the game to light. There's a little interception there, but again, it was the back stick. The umpire just indicating that, flipping the back stick instead of the forehand stick there of Kirkpatrick.
That's 2 from 2 on his recent interception.
Yeah.
He held his stick the other way around. We talked about dexterity. He probably needs to practice turning it around in his hand. Yeah, I think the Dutch at the moment, what they're not doing is exploiting the weakness that we felt Canada had, is that once either Tupper or Jags Gill steps out from the middle of their circle, from that sweeping position, there's massive space down the outsides. And if they then get to the outsides, just come back inside, recognise where the sweeper steps to and play into the space. Their turning speed isn't what's required at this level.
Oh, Garcia just slightly panicking there and putting the ball out into touch, and that ball is a good metre away from Hertzberger. The Dutch not quite firing on all cylinders here. I said they started their campaign off with a 0-0 draw against Germany. They followed that up with a 3-2 win against Argentina and a 3-1 win against the hosts India. As we know, in the quarter-final stages now, it is winner takes all. Ball picked up by Wright. Wins the free hit. Netherlands quite happy just to sit back here and invite those long balls forward. Mink van der Weerden going in heavy with the challenge there, left his stick in. Now a chance for Canada. Into the circle yet again, there's another cross. Well, they're going to go to video referral here. 3 Canadian players running over to the Great Britain umpire, Paul Walker. Let's listen in. What's the video referral for?
Canada. Guys, we're looking... Canada, Canada, Canada. Canada, 1 player. We're looking for a foot over here. Great. Andy, can you hear me? Foot in the far side of the circle. Yes, correct.
So we're looking for a Dutch foot inside the circle. Andy Mayer is our video umpire this evening.
Well, given that the entire Netherlands team have gone behind the goal to put their protection on, the Canadians are huddled at the top of the circle. I'm not sure this is going to be the longest video referral conversation that we've ever had.
Here's our view of it, and it's pretty clean cut by the reaction of the players there, and also there in our slow motion replay, catching the foot there of Turkstra, so this won't take long.
Yeah, I think it looks like it, but it's going to be a difficult angle, but his stick misses it completely until there. There we go.
Hi Paul, yes, there was a foot in there, so therefore penalty corner, and Canada keep their referral.
Great, thank you.
Each side with a video referral. Canada keeping theirs. There was a foot, a Dutch foot inside the circle, which means we get our first penalty corner of the evening. 2 players to pick out at the top of the circle. Johnson, the number 16 for Canada, and Tupper, penalty corner experts. Comes Johnson's way, takes the flick, keeps it low. Beerman Blanc now onto the backhand, just in front of the keeper again. He has to come. It's a lifted ball over the crossbar. Best chance of the game so far.
Tupper's missed it. How has Tupper missed that? It was a good flick in from Johnson, but Pearman Black difficult to beat. We've seen there Johnson's pick up in the middle of the pitch a moment ago, having flicked to the keeper. That's exceptional as you're running flat out to try and defend the counter-attack, and you manage one-handed to pull the ball from behind you.
Well, that's injected a bit of life into this game, just what it needed. There is Tupper who had that chance. How costly will that be? And just have to wait to find out. There's another ball into the top of the circle. This time it's robbed and brought out by Verga. Umpire wants it retaken.
Here we see penalty corner out the top, stop. Johnson picks it, fires it at Pearman Black's left foot. Great second phase. Then a scramble, it comes out. And now Tupper slaps at it, gets underneath it. But I have to say, I'd credit possibly if it had come at goal on the goal line. The Dutch defence were in the right place. There wasn't a lot of pace, and I think Hidde Turkstra would have picked that.
It was a lofty chip back towards goal. A let off for the Netherlands nonetheless. 9 minutes to go until half-time. Netherlands 0, Canada 0. Verga. There's the free hit. Canada got to be careful here, hitting the ball away. Need to keep that discipline.
Yeah, they'll be so frustrated, the Canadians, if they were to give away something silly because of indiscipline.
Van der Horst now, the Dutch captain, comes into the circle, back towards Verga, and all 11 Canadian shirts, the Red Caribou, back in force.
Showing how important it is that all 11 come back. That was Phil Wright who comes back into his own circle to pick the ball up. Canada now surely have got to go to the air to get out of this back corner, trying to play through a congested Netherlands defence.
Sensible phase of play there from Brendan Bissett, as he just won the ball back for his team. Here's another look at the penalty corner chance, which fell to Tupper.
Pearman Black had swept it clear, but not hard enough. He probably needs to get more of an open stick through the ball. And Tupper, as you said, Mike, just a little lofted shot, trying to go high, get it over the goalkeeper, but not low enough to keep it under the crossbar.
It was a golden opportunity. 5 circle entries apiece as things stand at the moment. Honours even when we look at the scoreline too. And Canada staying in touch here.
Well, that's not a stat you see very often this stage of the game. On-target shots, the Netherlands just with 1, the Canadians with 2, both of which you'd have to say have come in the last, what, 60 seconds, I guess. Pretty much any time they've got in the circle. But this is what they'll try and do. They just want to stay deep, stay compact, and then make the most of any chances they get. If they can throw the ball into these high corners, press, win the ball back, as Ho Garcia's done, then they get a chance.
A little bit of extra pressure here. Ho Garcia drives on, takes the backhand shot, little deflection, it's hit the post and gone in.
Now it's hit his own player, unfortunately. It's hit his own player, Mike, going wide of the goal on the left-hand side. This might have even hit the head of the Canadian forward as he tried to wheel away.
Yeah, he's boshed it in with his head. We'll take another look at that.
I think that's guessed, isn't it? Ho Garcia, a beautiful turn to get into the circle.
Of course, if there's any blood, Guest will have to leave the field. With physio on. He knows that was a chance, just showing his frustration there. And I think there is just a spot of blood.
Watch the turns. As Ho Garcia comes and carries the ball right, takes it left because he's eliminating the edge of the circle. It's now going wide. Oh, straight on the chin.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. Off the chin and in.
It was a beautiful turn from Ho Garcia. Guest trying to get across. He's trying to swing to deflect it in. Very, very brave to stay in the moment and simply try to get the stick across it. In the end, yeah, it's hit him on the point of the chin, I think. Great bit of individual skill, but they're the moments that Canada are going to create. That's a shooting chance. They've got men, and to be honest, Guest is unmarked on that far side. If Ho Garcia had gone flat, there's an opportunity just for a simple tipping, because look, I know it's hit him, not focusing on that. There's no defender anywhere near Guest on that far post.
Just took his eye off it at the last minute there, Matthew Guest. He's back up on his feet though. There is a bit of blood there as well, so that just cleaned up on the pitch. There'll be a short delay in proceedings here. But we will restart with the Netherlands ball just outside their defensive D. Well, a let off for the Netherlands. You've got to say there was a sustained amount of pressure there from Canada, who put the ball up. Canada then stepped up, and the Netherlands couldn't clear their lines.
Well, they couldn't, and that's what we said, Mike. If the Canadians can just simply throw the ball high as they did, and the Netherlands make any sort of any sort of mistakes in defence, the ball can be stolen back and chances will come. These are international athletes, don't forget, from Canada. They've got the skill set, the close skills to get good shots away, to eliminate one-on-one. There is no reason why in the attacking 23 they can't create opportunities.
Pegging the Netherlands back again here, and the work rate from Canada is first class at the moment. Ball in behind van der Linden. Just sense, though, that the Dutch are just holding back. We've watched them a lot over the last year or two, from the World Cup to their Europeans. Not quite firing on all cylinders just yet, are they?
No, they're not. And we listened to the captain's press conference before the tournament started, Mike, and captains had different opinions, but certainly Maurice Förster was talking about that there's different pace through the pool, and then it picks up into the quarterfinals. And for my mind, even if it's not conscious, all of a sudden you know when a game actually has a meaning, but you also know the quality of your opponent. And if the Netherlands have come out here with even a hint of arrogance subconsciously, then they could get punished.
And they can't afford to be complacent, because as we've seen from Canada in this second quarter in particular, they'll punish you. One just going in off the chin off Matthew Guest at their second best chance after their captain Scott Tupper put one over the bar from Canada's one and only penalty corner. 0-0 it remains. Just under 6 minutes left to go till the end of the half, and there's a little jab tackle which will allow a little bit of space. Verga with the overlapping run into the circle now, tries to draw the goalkeeper. There's the chance, and there is the opening goal, which falls to Jonker, Constantijn Jonker, eventually breaking the deadlock. Netherlands 1, Canada 0.
All about the burst out of defence from Verga in the first instance, down the right-hand side. Ball swept first time towards Kindler's goal, and Jonker gets the second touch. But Verga there dinks it up over Pierre's stick, comes across. It's missed on the first slap, got towards goal by Prisa. But in the end, Jonker in the right place as he steps across Panesar on that right-hand post. Nothing that Kindler can do.
So then, the restart. Let's see how Canada react to that. They went a goal down, of course, to Great Britain in their opening game. They came back to level things there and make it 1-1 before going on to lose the game by 3-1. A first goal of the tournament for Constantijn Jonker. Good to get off the mark. It's taken him 3 and a bit games and 25 minutes of this fourth game.
And before that passage of play, I was going to say that I felt the responsibility would fall to someone like a Robert van der Horst to burst forward from the back line, to start to create something, force the play a little bit with your own running intensity. We'd seen nothing of Sebi van Asse's pace, we'd seen very little from Verga, and all of a sudden somebody steps up, a little injection, a change of intensity, and the gaps open up.
Netherlands, the defending champions, and it's taken them a fair old time to get this first goal on the board. Quick look there at one of their youngsters, up the mole. Van der Linden into the diagonal ball into Verga. There was a foot in there of Smythe. Ball must move 5 metres, which I think it probably has done now by Verga before it comes into the circle. There's a little bit of extra space there. Needed the cover tackle from Johnston.
Gill fortunate because he carried the ball out. He stepped in front of his man to try and front mark, but in doing so just overran it, stopped the ball dead. Just needs a little bit of composure. If you're on the head of your circle, just literally stop running, because the more that you run, actually the momentum carries you forward and lose possession.
Momentum also takes players down, and Bissett showing the green card for taking down Van der Linden. It's our first card of the game. A 2-minute suspension then for the Canadian player, and the Netherlands will now have that extra player advantage to try and drill home another goal.
Certainly feels like the Netherlands have targeted the right-hand side, their right-hand side, the left-hand Canadian defence, because every time they've gone up that right, they've got to the baseline, they've created opportunities to go across the front of Kindler's goal.
Extra pressure coming in here from the Netherlands. Now a chance to break down the left in a little bit of space for Panesar, who wins the free hit. This is what the green card was for. Look for the little shove on Van der Linden.
Yeah, there's absolutely no doubt at all. You've got your footwork wrong.
I say little shove, blatant shove. Well, it's a contact sport, but when it's that obvious in front of the umpire, then there's only one decision really left for the umpire, and that is to suspend the player. A 2-minute suspension for Canada. The green card in the bank, and just down to 10 players. As Van der Linden again is in the mix of it. They have to be careful here.
Well, Kirkpatrick that time getting his angles wrong. And that's the issue. It's as you get tired, we're in the latter stages of this half. The players, the Canadians particularly, have worked incredibly hard to try and hold their shape. And you've only got to be half a metre away. Then when you go into a tackle, you're off balance, the impact's created, and you find yourself sitting down.
Prisa into the circle. There's a little deflection chance. Is going to lob the keep onto the top netting. Almost found a way over Anthony Kindler.
Oh, beautiful composure from Bovendiert on the edge of the circle.
There's Jonker causing a nuisance of himself in the middle again.
Kindler thought that had gone underneath the crossbar. That was not far away.
That was high into the circle. It looked dangerous from the Dutch defender.
So this is Prisa, gets his eyes up, stays on the ball, floats it in front of the goalkeeper for Jonker to come across. Kindler having to dive back on himself. It's great vision. All of a sudden we find a defender behind. Hildreth is behind Jonker. Needed to get a step in front to make that interception.
Jonker has the only goal in the game so far, scoring on 25 minutes to give the Netherlands the lead. We've got a free hit just outside the 23-metre line. I think Van der Veerden can now slide this one in if he wants. Instead, opts to go wide and change the angle. They've got loads of room over on the left-hand flank if they want to use that. Terpstra now picks up the ball.
This is the problem for Canada now. They're a man down and they've lost that, or they're back up to 11, but they had lost that point man, the guy who steps out to get in the face of the distributor. And if you lose that, suddenly players such as Robert van der Horst, Mink van der Veerden can play uncontested balls into the circle.
Heavy patch of defending here for the Canadians. They just need to keep the score as it is at the moment. Half-time just around the corner, just over a minute left to go, and some solid defence required by the team in red. Oh, a little nudge there in the back, and they just have to be so careful about those tackles. Gordon Johnson this time forcing the foul. No need for that.
No, not in. Again, they're stepping from behind. They're back marking the first instance. When the Netherlands are then posting up, running back towards the ball, the Canadians are running through the back.
Van Ass now onto just the stick there. No, foot, says the umpire. Quarter foot of Mark Pearson. So again, the ball on the edge of the circle. Just another tense 40 seconds or so to play out for the Canadians. Can the Dutch get another goal in? Just drop for Back, who can just walk this one into the circle now. And he made a bit of a meal of that. It was actually Backer's elbow into Gill. That means Canada will have the ball.
Great little free hit, touched in. Hildreth didn't react quickly enough. Then all of a sudden Gill gets a touch and Backer flattens him.
To clarify, in that instance, the ball not having to move 5 metres.
Yeah, because it was the second player who carried the ball in. The very first touch was a little 2 or 3 inch touch. From that situation, any player who had started 5 metres away from the ball can then play it a second phase and carry it into the circle.
So 1 goal in the first half. It came after 25 minutes. It took a while to come. Canada had their chances to get their noses in front. Chances for Tupper. But it was Jonker of the Netherlands that is the difference at half-time. There he is, left of your picture, number 27. And that enough for the Netherlands for now. 30 minutes still to play. 10-minute break here at half-time for the sides to gather themselves, their thoughts, their water bottles, their composure, whatever they need to bring back out here to the second half. Certainly a lot closer than we'd expected between these two sides. Canada within touching distance of Netherlands, and they've certainly created chances of their own there in the first half. They'll be back to do battle again in the second. As things stand at half-time, Netherlands 1, Canada 0.
The Raipur के साथ Netherlands versus Canada इस बहुत ही एनर्जेटिक मैच में फर्स्ट हाफ हो चुका है। अभी तक नेदरलैंड्स के पास 1-0 की बढ़त है और धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं हीरो मोटोकॉर्प लिमिटेड को, the world's largest manufacturer of two-wheelers, to be a global partner of FIS. Also thanks to Brace and Continental Federations, FIS global supplier, Brace since 1855, the world's leading hockey brand, and Continental SDI, the world's leading and fastest growing synthetic sports facility construction company. और इसी के साथ हम इंडिया FIS धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं छत्तीसगढ़ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को उनके सपोर्ट के लिए, और हमारे इवेंट पार्टनर्स को भी हम धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। धन्यवाद हमारे प्रिंसिपल पार्टनर नेशनल मिनरल डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन को, धन्यवाद हमारे ऑफिशियल पार्टनर्स साउथ ईस्ट कोरियन लिमिटेड और NTPC को।
India's largest producer of iron ore, operates one of Asia's largest diamond mines. The number of employees with 50 years of mining experience.
Welcome back, half-time here. Netherlands lead Canada at quarter-final 1 by a goal to nil. We've had 52 goals in the tournament so far, and here's a look at our top 5. Oh, look at this go, turbocharged from Sevi Van As, keeps driving, he's lobbed the keeper and he's scored! Came all the way, a 25-yard run. Sevi Van As then just poked it over the keeper. Vivaldi was stranded, and the Netherlands extend their lead here. Netherlands 2, Argentina 0.
Drill the ball forward, comes to Jamie Dwyer. Jamie Dwyer on the angle, Jamie Dwyer scores! Well, it looks such a tight angle, but Jamie Dwyer, the master tactician, knows how to find the back of the boards, and he puts Australia ahead. Or maybe there was a deflection from Kieran Govers.
Britain into the circle again, and this to make it 2. Yes, they do it! Squeeze that one into the bottom corner. In it goes, Chris Grasick, the goal scorer.
What a turn from Brinkman.
Backhand shot finds the backboards too. Clinical, spot on, and Netherlands against the run of play, opening the scoring here.
And it is going to be a goal. Well, who got the final touch? Dokia deflected it towards goal. It's just a question of whether the final touch, the ball had gone over the line. I think Van Albel may be the man who will be credited with it.
But it was a great deflection half the circle.
It is half-time of quarter-final number 1. Day 6 of the tournament. Just the one goal in it. Konstantin Jonker, the difference between the two sides at half-time. Scoring on 25 minutes. Canada have had a couple of chances as well. Matthew Guest and Scott Tupper with chances to put Canada in front, but it is the Dutch that lead in the first quarter-final. Certainly a lot closer than we were expecting. Simon Mason's alongside us here in the commentary box. The Dutch with the early chances.
Yeah, and the right-hand side attack for the Dutch was a constant feature during the course of the first half. At that moment, it's Mink van der Veerden coming up from the back, and it was the back division for the Netherlands who had to force the ball forwards. Jags Gill just getting on top of it and working his way out of the D. But the Dutch came again and again, 2 or 3 times down that right-hand side, forcing it in the end for Bakker to get close but miss. Should have carried the stick. If he'd carried the stick on the other side of his body, it would have been an easy tip-in front of Kindler's goal. However, the Canadians, chances of their own.
Yeah, a little lifted ball in there from Bakker. Found a back stick to relieve a bit of the pressure, but it was a sustained amount of pressure led to this penalty corner for Canada. The first penalty corner of the game, forced to save from Pearman Black. The backhand shot came in. It then fell to Tupper, who just lofted it over the bar.
Disappointed Tupper. I needed to go at that a lot harder, but then Ho Garcia got a chance as the Canadians pressed. Brilliant turn, forcing the shot, but unfortunately finding the face of Matthew Guest on the far post. Pearman Black immediately recognising, but the Dutch again finding the right-hand side. Berger creating the danger across the goal, finding Jonker for a second time to touch on the second pass in front of Kindler. No chance.
There is Priester with another dangerous one in towards Jonker. This was a final passage of play. Another little deflected effort that almost lobbed the goalkeeper, Anthony Kindler, who looked stranded at one point there. But just the one goal in it. 4 shots apiece, 12 circle entries for the Netherlands, 6 for Canada. But the Netherlands enjoying 71% of the possession there. The Canadians with the one and only penalty corner of the first half. Chance to head down pitch side quickly then and catch up with Madonna, who has the Canadian coach Anthony Farry alongside her.
Thanks, Mike. The boys have held their own against world number 2. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, look, it's a really pleasing start. I think it's going to be a tough second half. We've got to make sure that we match our intensity and keep going defensively well.
And what would you do to unlock the game now?
Well, we've got to get a couple of opportunities. I mean, we're not going to sit back. We know the Dutch are going to press us hard and come with plenty of chances too. So we've got to make sure that we control possession, get up in that attacking zone and try and make the best of our opportunity.
In an interview, Scott Tupper said this is a great learning opportunity. What are the positives you're taking back from today's?
Look, I think just playing at this level, you know, we don't get the luxury of playing at this level all the time. So playing these teams is fantastic. But yeah, we want to do well, you know, so it can't always be just about learning. We'd like to do well at some stage too.
Right, thanks and good luck.
Thank you, Madonna. Thank you very much, Anthony, for sparing the time there as well to have a chat with us at half-time. Canada certainly making the most of the opportunity. Here was a look at one of their golden opportunities, which fell to Ho Garcia first of all, but then found the chin of Matthew Guest.
It was a beautiful turn, and that's all that Canada need, is to eliminate through midfield. He'd already turned the Dutch defence, finding space behind Nicolas van der Schoot to get the shot away. Matthew Guest trying desperately to get his stick up high enough to deflect it past Pearman Black. We saw his teammate roll away saying it was a goal, getting across the goal. Look, hip rotation, desperately trying to get that stick up to play it in. It's exactly the right movement, core strength to rotate the hips. Unfortunately, that's his face, not the blade of carbon.
Now, Guest is back on the field, incidentally, after taking one onto the chin there. Short delivery, just copped him right in the face, but he's fine. He was just watching it while we were playing it. And there the reaction too from some of his teammates. They're enjoying themselves. That's what this is all about for Canada.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, these guys are semi-professional athletes. They've got huge programs. They just need to enjoy it.
Netherlands 1, Canada 0. It is Constantijn Jonker's goal that separates the two sides after 30 minutes of play. 2 periods now of 15 minutes, starting with the third quarter. This a quarter-final match, remember. Winner takes all and progresses through to the semi-final stages. The Netherlands are the defending champions, as well as the European champions. And for Canada, oh, what a tournament it has been. Progressing through Hockey World League Round 3, qualifying for Rio 2016 in the process after finishing 4th in Argentina. And certainly enjoying themselves here, staying in touch with the world number 2, the Netherlands, as things stand. Long way still to go though, Simon. Let's get your thoughts and overriding view of that first half first of all.
Well, we said it would be a bit of a chess match, and for Canada it was. They held back, they played to their strengths, they set their defensive stall out, and then when they got the opportunity, they did get a couple of chances to get inside the Netherlands circle. The Netherlands, on the other hand, I think were just guilty of allowing the intensity of the game to ebb away. And it wasn't until somebody like Berger stepped forwards and injected a fraction of pace running from his own baseline to the opponent's baseline did it unlock real opportunity.
The Netherlands, who absolutely spanked Germany in the final of the European Championships over the summer, beat Germany 6-1 to take their 4th European title. Now the silver medalists from London 2012 as well, losing that game to Germany in the final. Germany going on to win the gold medal for the second consecutive Olympics. Other quarter-final games to bring you, they include Germany. They are up next against the world #1 Australia. Australia versus Germany pushes back here at 8:30 IST in tomorrow's quarterfinals. Great Britain versus India and Argentina versus Belgium. Some mouth-watering lineups in there, aren't there, Simon?
Well, in this competition, you've obviously got the best teams in the world, and every single game is a fantastic opportunity for players to show their ability.
No advantage here. Berger carries his run on. Tupper, the final stick challenge that comes in. It was a clean tackle. The last of them, at least. The ball into the circle. Some space here for Berger again to try and wriggle and get some space. Looks for the foot. Again, some clean, solid tackling from Canada, and that's what they did so well in the first half as well.
It's Johnson, it's Tupper, it's Wright in the end, just getting enough touches to deny Berger, who was carpet dribbling in that metre I talked about earlier on.
He actually played it onto his own foot there, as we saw in the replay. And if the ball hits a foot, changes possession to the other side. So now Canada have the ball, but they're deep in their own half.
Sorry, just to clarify the random carpet dribbling. What I meant is, with young kids, sometimes when you're coaching, you encourage them, if their parents will allow it, instead of just sitting watching TV, work in a square metre in front of you. Just move the ball around in front of your feet. And that's all Berger was doing in that square metre, trying to create space to get a shot away.
Sort of thing goalkeepers do as well, Simon. I know you like to do a little bit of carpet dribbling yourself.
I might occasionally warn my kickers around the house to break them in, but that's about it.
Netherlands then start another phase of play. Berger's been active in the midfield. He's certainly bossing the midfield as well, but the Netherlands, you predicted, would win this game by 3-0. Of course, there is still a long way to go as Van der Horst now drives down the right-hand flank, and a little shove coming in again on the back from Bissett, who's got to be careful. He had a green card in that first half, and he does like to lead with that forearm elbow.
Yeah, to create that reach, because he gets in that low crouch position, tries to extend the stick around the opponent, but in doing so, the balance just does sometimes get affected. And you're right, Mike, having had that green, he just needs to make sure that the line he defends on is correct. Now they can go 4-on-4, go on.
Is it too much for Johnson to chase this one down? Is he going to be able to keep it in? No, he's not. It was just a metre or two in front of him, just a bit too much weight on the pass. Now he has to do a lot of defensive work back. In fact, I think he's heading straight for the bench.
That's a massive triangle he's run. He's run from his own 25 to the opponent's, and then all the way across the pitch to have a breather. But that's when I think it's Canada's awareness. We've talked about them learning, and I know Anthony Ferry said at half-time that, yeah, you can keep talking about learning, but in the end we need to get results. Yes, you do. But in those situations, the way you will get results is an instinctive understanding of the space that exists in front of you. That was a clean 4-on-4 as Johnson came forward. Canada just dwelt on the ball fractionally too long, and therefore didn't get the runners, the offensive runners, behind the opponent's defence.
Be honest here as well and say that I've not been overly impressed with what the Netherlands have thrown at Canada so far in this game, but all credit to Canada, who are staying within touching distance. Another 5 minutes under the belt here in the second half, 10 minutes remaining in the quarter. As long as they keep it this close, anything can happen in those dying minutes. And remember, Canada have had those 2 shooting opportunities and could well have easily gone ahead either through Guest or their captain Tupper.
Well, you've only got to get to a situation where you're only leading by 1 with, what, 3 or 4 minutes to go, and the coach pulls the keeper. You go to that offensive extra man, you play with an 11-man outfield, throw your centre forward up to stand on Pearman Black's kicker toes, and all of a sudden an opportunity presents itself. But they're going to be hard pushed to stay that close. But the Netherlands, if they're going to take this game away from Canada, have got to find some more intensity.
And Canada sitting back at a half-court press. That means all their players on the halfway line and defending their goal. Oh, here's a chance. 3 versus 3. Overlapping run on the right-hand side. Can they get a shot off? Guest pulls the ball back. Couldn't find his teammate. Pearson goes to ground. And a wasted opportunity there for Canada after the interception.
What an interception it was, and all of a sudden it's a dreadful aerial coming out the back, an unusual error by Rob van der Horst. Pearson, who's been a live wire throughout the tournament for Canada, able to feed Guest. Guest looks for him in return, but both Pearson and in the end Bissett had run in on the same line for the far post deflection, rather than somebody realising and just stepping back left foot to right foot. The ball popped back from Guest.
It's those big decisions that you have to get right in these crunch games, isn't it? That's the difference sometimes between the world number 2 and the world number 14 that we're looking at here.
Unfortunately, it is, and it's that awareness in the circle. So it was Bissett who was behind Pearson. He had to see that Pearson was running towards goal, therefore it's potentially his responsibility to then step back out on a different line.
Oh, wrong way, where's he off to? Aerial ball coming all the way back to van der Linden, back into the midfield with Bakker. Not too many gaps out there. Again, to give Canada their credit here, they're shutting down every avenue. Van der Horst does step forward, does take the authority into the circle, looking for the first penalty corner, and there it is for the Netherlands. Penalty corner number 1 of the evening.
Well, you've only got to look at the trouble that's been created by the Dutch backline when they come forward. Robert van der Horst is all about his driving power. He picks the ball up, rolls out to the side and just feeds it back into a congested area, finds the foot in the end of Paul Wharton in the middle of the circle. Easy opportunity for the Netherlands. First penalty corner for them, I think.
And this is where they could be so dangerous. Mink van der Weerden is the danger man. He's only scored 1 goal in the tournament so far. But he'll be eyeing up his corner here, and Kindler will set his defence. There's Billy Bakker, who will be one of the stick stoppers. Ovendeert the other, van der Linden the injector. But Hertzberger will have to step forward because Mink van der Weerden is not on the field. So comes Hertzberger's way, takes the flick, keeps it low to the keeper's right-hand side. It's not cleared. Van der Linden now takes the follow-up shot that's palmed to safety.
Well, Kindler made it look relatively easy, but I think he needed to put more power in the clearance. Netherlands are back in, however. They get their feet round and get into the circle.
It's Hertzberger again, who gets his feet all the way around, the back foot shot onto the foot again. A follow-up penalty corner comes eventually, and another chance for the Netherlands to hit the target.
First penalty corner out to the top, it is Hertzberger. He likes to go to the goalkeeper's right. He doesn't get all the way around it. Kindler down on his knees, doesn't drive through it enough. And in the end, it's an easy save from Floris van der Linden. Hands up, deflected around the post for Kindler.
Yeah, he watched it all the way. A comfortable save, a comfortable height for tall Canadian goalkeeper from Vancouver, 27 years of age. A solid save for him. And then just watching the 40-second clock tick down. Settle themselves. The injection this time will come from Turkstra. Hertzberger again at the top of the circle, takes the flick low the other side and wide of the post this time. It was watched every inch of the way by Scott Tupper on that post, playing the posty role today. They'll have to do something here with this ball because pressure mounting on their defence. There's a nice little turn infield from Ho Garcia. Didn't have any support, so just wins it. Plays the self-pass to get things going again. He's got support alongside him in the form of Narana Texeira. And again, another chance here. Let's look back at the penalty corner.
Well, Hertzberger gets stopped a long way out the circle, which means Hertzberger has to take an extra 12 inches of drag from outside the circle, double steps it, and in doing so, the ball just slides off the end of his stick because he's reaching for it fractionally.
We're disappointed not to hit the target there too.
Yeah, but it shows how important the entire routine is. These teams drill their routines based on a ball being trapped literally an inch outside that white line to give you as much opportunity. And as soon as it moves backwards by, what was that, 15, 20 centimetres, it changes the dynamic of the flick.
Ho Garcia, physical, and breaks down the play. So Van Ass stopped in his tracks, back with the overlapping run. And Sherman here, now to Bakker. Gets the ball into the circle. Canada watching their feet again.
But still all right-hand side, though, for the Netherlands. I do feel that as the game builds, they need to try and threaten the left-hand side to draw the defence out before they go down the right. They have had more outcomes, but it's all a little bit one-dimensional and single pace as well.
Canada have done their homework here on the Netherlands. Aerial ball brought down securely by Priester. Now it's Van Ass. Where to next? Good step and well predicted by Gordon Johnson. Got to clear their lines though. Dutch ball. Hertzberger keen to take it, leaves it for Sevi Van Ass and steps off into the shooting circle inside the D now. Where's the opening? Bakker now gets his eyes up. square to Mink van der Vidden, who is back on the field should the Netherlands get another chance from a penalty corner.
That's a nice little ghosted receive from Sevi van Asten. The acceleration to look for the return from Hertzberger. All he did was let that ball come across his body. He didn't touch it, he just let it go between the two defenders, so the pace of the ball just went through the line. So ball into the baseline. Hertzberger gets his eyes up, but it's a great reaching tackle from Johnson to knock the ball onto Hertzberger's foot.
Netherlands maintaining this high press, and Ho Garcia breaks free of it and cuts infield, but it was a cover tackle. Again, broken down the play here. We're going to see a card. That was deliberate, and the umpire doesn't like it. Van der Schoot is going to take 2 minutes out.
Well, 2 eliminations from Ho Garcia effectively, and then as he came back inside, Nick van der Schoot, yeah, just continued his running line, which meant that Ho Garcia couldn't go where he was trying to go. Umpire Paul Walker considering that to be a deliberate breakdown of play.
And there's another shoulder barge from Philip Wright. All for the physicality of the game, but you can't do it so blatantly and not right underneath the umpire's nose. Otherwise you head off to the sin bin, like this young man. So the Netherlands down to 10 players. This would be the time to strike for Canada if they can press home that one-man advantage.
Now here we see the green card because that's Nick van der Schoot. Yes, he's going for the jab, but in running that line, you know that you're going to draw the shoulder contact.
Van der Schoot there, 26 years of age. It's his 18th appearance, of course, all about gaining those caps, that big match experience, and that's certainly what all the players out there are getting here at the Hero Hockey World League Finals. Match 13 of the tournament, day 6. And still one biggie to look forward to after this. Australia versus Germany is the next game of the day. Netherlands at the moment doing just enough to get on top here in this game. Jonker putting them ahead on 25 minutes.
You're right, Mike, it is only just enough. So if we look at that possession that's popped up, the Netherlands, yes, they've got a huge amount of the ball. They're just not doing very much with it. If we look at how busy Kindler hasn't been, think that against the Australians, David Carter had, what was it, 20 saves, something ridiculous, 24 saves to make over the course of the tournament so far. The Australians had 36, 37 shots in one game and 18 corners. You look at that sort of dominance, offensive dominance, to what the Netherlands are creating tonight. Two completely different games.
I've got to say I'm baffled. I expected more from the Netherlands at this stage, but I also expect them to hold something back until the final quarter, and then I think you might just see them shift a gear in this final quarter, but we'll have to wait and see whether that is part of the tactics and part of the play. They have held back a lot this evening so far, and as you say, they just need to do enough. But showing Canada a bit too much of the game at the moment, confidently brought down there by de Mol, the young 19-year-old.
And now there's a space, and Hertzberger's run long, Priest has run long. Have they got any options at the back post? That's what they need to do, get it across. And Brinkman ran into contact. Earlier decision-making is going to be crucial.
Thierry Brinkman maybe just showing a little bit of naivety there as well. Just 20 years of age, has 1 goal in the tournament so far. There were 2 players inside the circle, one of them on the far post. Just wasn't able to get his pass through.
Well, it just feels like because of that lack of pressure, all of a sudden the Netherlands' decision-making isn't as quick or as sharp as it has been in other games. We know that Caldas on screen there is a tactician. He may well be holding things back, as you said, Mike. They might have said they're just going to do enough. I just feel that that one single goal lead is not quite enough, because the opponent, with one flash of brilliance, suddenly they are right back in there.
He was crystal clear before the tournament as well to say the Netherlands' clear objective here is to win the tournament. Now the defending champions winning the title in New Delhi in 2014. There's a back foot shot. It was a cross more than a shot because it came from outside the circle, but into the sideboards. Who's going to be the happier of the 2 coaches here as we approach the final quarter break?
Anthony Farry, full stop, absolutely. His team are within 1 goal of one of the top teams in the world. They have an opportunity. They've had a couple of penalty corners, and that's all they're looking for. Get this level, go to a shootout, go to the lottery of that shootout and see what happens.
It's going to be a very tense 15 minutes, particularly for a Canadian fan as well. Just the 1 goal coming in the game so far. Constantine Jonker on 25 minutes. scoring just before the half-time break. Final few seconds of this quarter then, a short 2-minute break coming up for both the sides, and then on with the final quarter action. There goes the hooter, and the sides will trot off. Time for some coach input. And still just the one goal, the difference between the two sides. Netherlands, the world number 2, narrowly with their noses in front here. It is Netherlands 1, Canada 0. Not plenty of goals to analyse, just the one in fact, so let's take a look at it here.
But it was that right-hand side. Verga started it, found Sherman. Sherman found the top of the circle. Verga continued his run, played back across for Priestad and missed, but then Jonker taps it in. The amount of running Verga does as he gets this. He started the entire move, picks the ball up and drives. Now he keeps going. He's got pace. He's broken through that midfield line. Lovely little touch from Priestad to set him up. Looks up, eyes up, 74.6 metres. What a run from his own 25. Plays it across, second touch, Jonker, goal.
It shows you the level of work, the work rate that you have to have as a world-class midfielder, and Verga is certainly that. There is a look at the stats after 3 quarters. 7 shots for the Netherlands, 4 for Canada. 0 from 1, the conversion rate for Canada from PCs, 0 from 2 for the Netherlands. 15 minutes left to play.
But we've got to have this area filled, and we can't just rely on Mark to be in there or just go.
30 seconds to their ball, we got to get up there.
Nice and quick on reaction, let's go!
Come on, boys, come on!
Well, it shouldn't need too much to motivate the Canadian players ahead of this game. The final 15 minutes of the first quarter-final, just the one goal separates the two sides. Canada will be the happier of the two teams coming out to play this final 15-minute quarter. Brace yourselves, here we go.
The Southern's final quarter, the Netherlands versus Canada.
It is the Netherlands to push back, playing from left to right in the white shirts, white shorts and blue socks. They have one goal here, just the one goal advantage given to them by Constantijn Jonker on 25 minutes. And it is all about going in search of that second, possibly third goal, but they've gone the wrong way about it at the start of the fourth and final quarter. Pearson brings the ball forward for Canada, who are in search of just that one goal. Pearson to shoot! He's hit there! The rebound comes the way of Bissett. It fell to him, and somehow the Netherlands keep that one out. It was a good save from Black, but the best chance of the game for Canada.
Well, Pearson has been their standout player consistently across this tournament so far. He scored the goal against Great Britain, scored other ones during the course of the pool, and there broke forward, knew that he had to cut in field. There was nothing else he could do. Took it to air, cut it left to right, bounced it into the circle. It was indeed a great save from Black that denied him.
A shaky start from the Netherlands in this final 15-minute period. This was the chance for Canada.
It was all about Pearson, up to air, dink, dink, smash. Great save from Black. Bissett on the far post can't get the second touch needed if he'd been half a yard further back. Pearson puts everything into that because his body is falling away, can't really get the accuracy to drive it past Black's left foot.
Well, Mark Pearson, who has 2 goals in the tournament so far, almost making it 3 there. So close for the midfielder. He's one of their most experienced players, of course. 186 caps for him this evening. It's just Scott Tupper, the captain, that has more caps than him in this Canadian side. 219 this evening. Pearson trots off and upfield, actually, not rotated as one of the substitutes. Remember, rolling substitutions throughout the game. Keep the momentum, keep the flow, keep the physicality. High levels of fitness required.
That's just that ball retention when they get it. That's a great strong collection there from Philip Wright. As he's peeled back into the pass, you want to try and get it as best you possibly can on the forehand by your right foot. In doing so, you can get your weight there and protect it, then roll off your left shoulder on the open stick. If it bobbles away, you're onto your backhand, and that's not where you want to be.
Netherlands been nervous approaching this final quarter. They've certainly looked at it a little bit.
Well, in principle, they shouldn't be. In principle, they shouldn't be because they should have the confidence and that fine degree of arrogance that says, we know how good we are, we're not playing well, but we do know that we can step up a gear in this game.
And Canada will take the remainder of this game to them. Remember, it was 6-0 when the two sides met in Argentina earlier in the year in the semi-final stages of the tournament. Canada qualifying for the Rio Olympics, courtesy of that fourth place finish in Argentina. And here's another chance inside the circle. There was a little shove there, was there? And, well, the young Dutch defender, Mol, doing well to get away with this. I felt there was a shove.
Absolutely, Yokdamol getting away with this. Phil Wright picks it and rolls. There's a hand in the back that I don't think Prashad sees. It just takes Wright slightly off balance and over the baseline.
Oh, I've tried to help the ball on first time, this time for Kirkpatrick. The chances keep coming for Canada.
Well, you said it earlier on, Mike, is that if they got to the last quarter level, they could throw the kitchen sink at this game. And it feels like that's exactly what they're going to do. Yes, they are leaving themselves exposed at the back. As that Canadian attack took place, the Canadians had one defender in their own half of the pitch. And if the Dutch threw someone like Bakker in midfield, eliminate and drive, there are going to be channels that you could drive a bus down.
On the flip side of that coin, of course, the Netherlands just need that one other shooting opportunity, really. You've got to say 2, probably 3 goals is going to kill the game off, but no signs of those chances coming. Hertzberger, again, his first touch has not been there tonight. The play waved on there despite the ball hitting Tupper's foot. There was no massive advantage coming. There's a look at Canada's circle penetrations. 6 of those coming down the right-hand side.
Well, it's a mirror of what the Dutch are doing, albeit with different numbers. Both teams are focusing that right-hand side. It's the easiest place to carry the ball, to be honest, even though we saw the best opportunity just moments ago from Pearson starting on the left. They are rolling the ball out down the right-hand side and playing with a reasonable degree of confidence down that channel.
You're always encouraged as a junior player or a development player to drive the left foot of defensive players, because that obviously the harder side to tackle.
Yeah, and if the Netherlands get their defence out to that left flank, what the Dutch have got to try and do is encourage the Canadians to then cut in field and carry it into contact, because that's where somewhere here, if Bakker can get a ball away to Hertzberger,
which he does, and he gets the shot across the face of goal as well towards the far post. But again, it was half-hearted from the Netherlands, who didn't push the numbers forward to support this attack.
Well, Bakker had stolen it in midfield, as we just talked about. Hertzberger knew that Brinkman was going to be in front of the goalkeeper. Bakker had come in on the supporting run, but Hertzberger doesn't even look, though. There isn't a glance up to see where he needs to put that.
Bakker chases back and regains possession. Mink van der Weerden is on the field if Canada can get a penalty corner. If Netherlands can get a penalty corner. They've had 2 in the game so far, both of which have fallen to Hertzberger. There's another chance, though. And was there a shove on the back this time as Kellerman came in? Bjorn Kellerman just looked to get a little elbow in the back there, put him off his shot.
Well, that's a push at both ends then, isn't it? De Mol at one end, and then as Brinkman forces this in. No, I don't think there is a shove. It was after the ball had gone away. Kellerman's tried to play across that.
End-to-end stuff at the moment. Little deflection there, and again another chance falls to Bissett, who just can't seem to get it on the end of his stick. Mink van der Weerden, just a little word in his ear.
Absolutely great driving run, and all of a sudden, yeah, van der Weerden knows he's fortunate. Bissett on that far post could have popped the ball away, but as that replay was taking place, Robert van der Horst was doing his nut at the defenders around him.
Oh, Garcia finds the ball through to Guest. Pierman Black comes in to block it. Mink van der Weerden can't clear his lines, and Canada really should have scored again there.
Why did Guest come back in field? Sorry, Mike, why does he? The goal was gaping. See on the replay, it's another ball from Hogarth. Where's the defence? All you've got to do there is Pierman Black comes, is take it under your feet, push it in the bottom corner. That's just, we talked about decision making earlier on. Garcia setting up another prime opportunity, pull it away from the goalie. Pierman Black was on top of the ball.
Well, when he watches that back, Matthew Guest, if he'd opened up his body onto the forehand side, the goalkeeper was already committed. He had all the time in the world then to push it home.
He did indeed, and because there was still that distance, Pierman Black was throwing himself down into the middle of the goal. He did exactly what he had to do. There's nothing wrong with how Pierman Black moved, but Guest, just with a bit of composure, if we get a chance to see the replay, he can take it round his feet.
Surely it is only a matter of time before Canada convert one of these chances. They've played their best hockey in this final quarter. The Netherlands look a little shaky here.
Well, it's certainly not the assured defensive performance. Here we see it, Hogarth here in there. That's where you have to make a different decision. You have to have the composure. There was still nearly a second chance, but Guest, oh, if only. Okay, Pierman Black's done well. You look at that, 4 saves pretty much down the middle. I'm not sure what the one top corner is. I don't recall that one. However, he's stopped the ball going in the goal up to now.
7 minutes left to play. Netherlands 1, Canada 0. Constantine Jonker scoring in 25 minutes. Great tackle back from Gill. And then a little elbow into the back of Mark Pearson. Canada ball.
It's a great tackle from Gill. Goes to ground in slow motion. He waits until he can see the ball, until Verga's stick comes away before he reaches in and pulls it back.
Canada can be very proud of this final quarter performance. They are dominating the Dutch here. They're creating the chances. They're just missing that final bit of composure at the very last section of their plays. And then another good build-up play coming down the right again. This side, their dominant and more preferred side to attack. They win a free hit just outside the circle. Ball must travel 5 metres now.
Well, Kirkpatrick that time finding the right side of his stick. We spoke earlier on about him backsticking it a couple of times. But all of a sudden, Canada just seemed to have gone, you know what? There's something here for us to take. We're going to dominate. We're going to get on the front foot. And we're going to start to put some pressure on the Netherlands.
Good level of commitment. This time coming from the Dutch defender, Boven Deert. 2 goals in the tournament so far for him. Here's the ball with Johnson. This is the composure they need to show, but they need to show it higher up the field as well. Tupper looks for the long searching ball, 25 yards of it. Just that one chance, that's all they need.
Well, all of a sudden the Canadians are starting to just try and push the ball further up the pitch. They are playing it cleverly round the outsides. They're not getting to the high position you spoke about a moment ago, Mike. Yes, Tupper needs to get probably another 20 metres up the pitch if he's going to deliver passes into the circle.
Jonker, the goal scorer, has a little bit of time here as he drifts from right to left. Support coming in the form of Verga. He's just going round in circles a little bit here. There's a hopeful ball forward, but it finds its way through nonetheless and requires a save. There's the second goal. Well, he's absolutely scuffed that to score it, but the Netherlands get their second eventually. It is Netherlands 2, Canada 0 against the run of play.
Yeah, it's Robert Van der Horst sees the ball in, he scuffs the pass in, all of a sudden it's played across from Priester, it gets a second touch, smashes it into Kindler. Yeah, absolutely right, Bovendier then scuffs it completely, top edge off the on the ball, pops it over the top of the goalkeeper and Johnson, who've both gone for the harder shot. Indeed, that's just unfortunate for the Canadians, who have defended valiantly but attacked valiantly in this last quarter. Bovendier a little embarrassed with the finish, to be honest. However, a goal's a goal.
It certainly is, and it is his 3rd goal of the tournament. And Roel Bovendier climbs up the scorers table. Through now the 2nd most by any player. Gonzalo Payat leading the way with 6 goals so far. Bovendier getting the Netherlands second on 56 minutes. I've got to say, that's probably taken a little bit of the sting out of this Canadian attack. They came so close and really should have levelled things up themselves, and they'll be kicking themselves they haven't. This man Guest had the chance. He drives on forward now and certainly not shy, and still not the end here for Canada, but 2-0 they trail.
Well, they may as well keep playing exactly the same way. There's absolutely no harm in learning what the outcomes would be when you attack with real tenacity and aggression. Give it a go. Yep, you've been composed for 3 quarters of this game, but now see what the outcome is if you chance your arm slightly.
I've got to say, I do feel a little bit for Canada there. It wasn't the best of goals, that second goal. On another day, that would have been scuffed into the goalkeeper. And there we go, a real swing in momentum there, if you like. The top line there in the bottom right-hand corner is the possession of the Netherlands. And now Canada taking 75% of the possession in their opponent's half here in the 4th and final quarter. That's a real change from the first 3 quarters that we saw. And there we see an impact too on the circle entries.
Yeah, but I think it's the right time to do it. You have to argue that if they'd done this in the first quarter, then all of a sudden the spaces would have opened up, because they'd have lost their defensive shape. And if the Netherlands had seen that space early in the game, I think their momentum and their intensity would have increased right at the beginning, and it could have been a really different outcome.
What's been missing for the Netherlands here tonight?
I think exactly that. I think it's the intensity. The Canadians killed it in the early instances. They dropped everything away. But all of a sudden, in the latter stages, when the Canadians have stepped forward, you've got to say that they've given it everything, and the Netherlands have really struggled to match it.
It is going to be a valiant effort in the end from Canada, but to no avail. Schuurman just picks up the ball now to Bakker. Back has a bit more space. The game just starting to open up with Hertzberger. Here's an open goal. Onto the backhand, Prisa. Wonderful couple tackle this time from Narana Texera. He was back, put the legwork in, did his duty and denied Prisa this shot. Here he comes again. Hertzberger playing the ball through onto the Tomahawk side, but brave defending. Again, rather too casual from the Netherlands there. They're the opportunities that you'd look to see the Netherlands normally on their day when they're firing on all cylinders. Stride into the circle and pump into the top corner.
Yeah, and if you think back to that European Cup final when they did annihilate the Germans, every single touch was absolutely precise. And tonight, it's been, what, 5%, 10% away from where we have seen them play in the past and where we may expect them to see. But the Canadians give them their due. They've played with real purpose.
One-on-one at the back here for Hertzberger. Takes it onto his stronger side, but then comes back towards his backhand, but then forced out by Johnson. Now he clips the ball in, but only as far as Johnson hits him in the foot. Netherlands ball.
Well, I don't want to draw comparisons really between sports, but if you compare the number of times that balls get smashed into players' feet at this level compared to some other sports where maybe you kick a ball, and the amount of pain that is shown when possibly feet contact with each other, it amazes me that more players out there don't go down when the ball hits their feet.
Yeah, that hockey ball does hurt, let me tell you. Yeah, the footballers these days tend to go down a bit too softly, don't they?
Well, it's just a comparison. I appreciate that the football boot's got studs, etc., but this is a solid, hard ball that's being drilled at, what, 70 and 80 kilometres at a time into your feet. And these guys just, and girls, when we watch them play, just run it off.
Yeah, the women, of course, kick-starting their Women's Hockey World League finals this Saturday the 5th from Rosario in Argentina. These are the quarter-final stages of the men's tournament. Netherlands women, of course, going to be in action against Germany. Charlie Broom, Mel Clulo and Sarah Thomas will be guiding you through that one. All the action starts Saturday the 5th. We conclude here, of course, this Sunday, and it looks as though the Netherlands are safely through to the semi-final stages. They had a bumpy ride, and Canada really could have swung the momentum in their favour in this final quarter. No matter, some tough lessons learned out there, and there's so many positives that Canada can take away from this experience, but they are going to lose this quarter-final. There goes the final buzzer. 2-0. The Netherlands win, and Constantijn Jonker scoring on 25 minutes. Roel Bobendier, scrappy one for the Netherlands second, but steering it goal-bound on 56 minutes. Well, not the most convincing of performances from the Netherlands, the defending champions, but they are safely through to the semi-final stages. They've beaten Canada here in the first quarter-final, 2-0. Let's take you through some of the highlights from this first quarter-final. Then the Netherlands, who pressed home their possession advantage in the first half. Constantijn Jonker scoring on 25 minutes. But they dominated the possession, but Canada getting the first penalty corner.
Well, they had the penalty corner. It was into Peerman Black's left foot. There was second-face play. It was scrambled in front of him, and in the end, it was Tupper with the backhand who just popped it over the top of the bar. Needed to go at it with a little more intensity. Ho Garcia span Nick van der Schoot into the circle. Unfortunately, his shot found Matthew Guest's chin rather than the back of the net. Peerman Black covering that up. Guest, however, did come back into play later.
I think when we analyse it eventually, the side's fairly even throughout, and it was just that goal there that pinched it for Netherlands just before half-time. Constantijn Jonker steering that one home. But Canada, as we say, will have their chances in the game. They had their chances. Jonker again could have lobbed the goalkeeper here to make it 2-0 to the Netherlands going in at half-time.
And then Canada came back right in the fourth quarter. Pearson running right to left, found the space to shoot Pearman Black with a left foot save, and Bissett unable to get the second phase play, it falling into his body. But Canada came again and again. Ho Garcia found Guest on the right-hand post. Guest, we feel, should have tried to go around the goalkeeper's feet. Black able to save. There was second phase, but the Dutch were able to scramble it away through Sherman.
It is so easy to call it from up here when you get to see it again and again in slow motion replays, and it really does just come down to a split-second decision. And there we go, a fortunate goal for Bovendieck. I think he'll be the first to admit it, but that's the second goal of the evening, his third of the tournament, and the Netherlands beating Canada by 2-0. So they're safely through to the semi-finals, and we have one more quarter-final to look forward to this evening on day 6 of play here at the Hero Hockey World League Finals. It is Australia versus Germany, and that is on the way for you very shortly. Let's head down to Ashley Morrison, who is pitchside, and he has this evening's Hero Hockey Man of the Match.
Thank you very much, Mike, and it is time for the Hero Man of the Match. And we have David Balbirnie, who will present the prize to Canada's Mark Pearson. He will also receive a cheque for 25,000 rupees. Well, Mark, if we can just grab a quick word. Canada were in that match until very, very late. It was always looked as if you could have got there and you had a chance to pull them level.
Oh, man, yeah, that was a good performance from us today. I mean, we know these guys are so skilled, so fast. We got to come out and defend first and then try and take our chances when they come, and we had a couple really close ones there. So, yeah, we were pleased with our performance, obviously disappointed with the loss, but we've had a great time here so far, and we're looking forward to our last game.
Anthony Farry said at times it goes beyond the learning experience. Now it's about competing with these teams, and tonight you showed you can.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a fun atmosphere to play in. We're loving being here in India, and you know, a couple chances go our way, and maybe we sneak a result. So we're pretty pleased with that performance.
A massive improvement on the 6-0 in Buenos Aires.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was good. We're happy to see some progress as we lead into the Olympics. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your performance.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks, guys.
Well, congratulations for picking up the Hero Man of the Match there. As a look at the remaining statistics there, what can we take from those, Simon, finally?
Well, we take from those that Canada finished on such a high. Their shot count and their circle entries was relatively low at the end of the third quarter, and they gave it absolutely everything. Dominated at the end of the game. They've learned. They're looking forward to Rio in what is 8 months' time, but they took one of the top teams in the world all the way to the end.
Yeah, fantastic fourth quarter in particular there from Canada. The Netherlands safely through, though, to the semi-finals with that 2-0 victory over Canada. Don't go anywhere, because it is Australia versus Germany next, the second quarter-final of the Hero Hockey World League. From Simon and myself, have a very good night. Stick around and join us if you can.
Australia in the number 3. World champion and the Olympic champion playing each other in the quarterfinal. All right, थोड़ी एनर्जी दिखाइए एक बहुत ही रोमांचक मुकाबला हम यहाँ पर देखने वाले हैं। आप देख रहे हैं कि दोनों टीमें यहाँ पे वार्म अप कर रही हैं, टीम ऑस्ट्रेलिया एंड टीम जर्मनी। मैं आपको बताने वाला हूँ कि ये मुकाबला बहुत ही ज्यादा खास है क्योंकि टीम ऑस्ट्रेलिया वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है तो टीम जर्मनी ओलंपिक चैंपियन है। तो चैंपियंस के बीच में ये मुकाबला लेने के लिए चैंपियंस वाली एनर्जी है यहाँ पे। और भाई मेरे पास जो है उनके पास है धीरे धीरे ये फाइनल हो गए पूरे स्टेडियम तक पहुंचेगी। और साथ ही साथ हम यहाँ पर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं, भारतीय धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं, हॉकी इंडिया धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं हीरो को हमारे फाइनल स्पॉन्सरशिप के लिए। और जो 8 टीमें छत्तीसगढ़ की तरह पर बेहतरीन हॉकी दिखा रही है, दुनिया की सबसे बेहतरीन हॉकी की गारंटी इस बात को लेकर भी है कि ये सारी टीमें रियो ओलंपिक 2016 के लिए क्वालिफाइड है। तो आप एक इंटरनेशनल हॉकी की बेस्ट हॉकी का मजा लेने के लिए पूरी तरह से तैयार होकर एक बार हमारा स्वागत पुनः स्वीकार कीजिए सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल इंटरनेशनल हॉकी स्टेडियम रायपुर में।
As also this time, I pray to apply to the hero on the board limited. World's largest manufacturer of two-wheelers for being a global partner of FIH. Also thanks to Grace and Polygon SDI, both FIH global suppliers. Racing since 1855, the world's leading hockey brand. And Polygon SDI, the world's leading and fastest growing synthetic sports facility construction company. On the Indian FH, we would also like to thank the Chhattisgarh state government for their support, along with our event partners, National Mineral Development Corporation, who is the principal partner, and our 2 official partners, Southeast Goldfields Limited and NDPC.
और इसी के साथ धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं हीरो मोटोकॉर्प लिमिटेड को, the world's largest manufacturer of two-wheelers, for being a global partner of FIH. Also thanks to Grace and Polygon SDI, FIH global suppliers. Grace since 1855, the world's leading hockey brand, and Polygon SDI, the world's leading and fastest growing synthetic sports facility construction company. हॉकी इंडिया और FIH धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं छत्तीसगढ़ स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को उनके सपोर्ट के लिए। साथ ही हम धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं हमारे इवेंट पार्टनर्स को भी। हम धन्यवाद देते हैं हमारे प्रिंसिपल पार्टनर नेशनल मिनरल डेवलपमेंट कॉर्पोरेशन को, और साथ ही हमारे ऑफिशियल पार्टनर साउथ ईस्ट गोल्डफील्ड्स लिमिटेड और NTPC को भी कोटि से धन्यवाद। आमंत्रित करते हैं हमारे साथ सोशली इन्वॉल्व होने के लिए सोशल मीडिया में वीरो हॉकी वर्ल्ड लीग फाइनल को फॉलो कर सकते हैं फेसबुक पे, ट्विटर पे, इंस्टाग्राम पे और यूट्यूब पे पिक्चर्स, वीडियोस और बहुत सारी जानकारी। अगर आप फेसबुक पे हमारे हॉकी को लाइक करते हैं तो वहाँ से आपको हासिल होगी। आप हमें ट्विटर पे भी फॉलो कर सकते हैं FIS_हॉकी और मैच के पल पल का हाल वहाँ पर देख सकते हैं। हमें इंस्टाग्राम पे विजिट कीजिए हमारे हॉकी के नाम से और बहुत सारी आपको वहाँ पता चलेंगी। आप हमारा यूट्यूब चैनल भी सब्सक्राइब कर सकते हैं जो है FI हॉकी और हाईलाइट्स के साथ साथ में रिप्लेस का भी मजा ले सकते हैं। यहाँ पर सोशली इन्वॉल्व होने के लिए, कंटेंट शेयर करने के लिए, अपने आप को टैग करने के लिए आप वीरो हॉकी वर्ल्ड लीग फाइनल के हैशटैग्स का उपयोग कीजिए जो है #HWL2020, #MakeYourMark, #FI हॉकी और #देश के लिए। सोशली इन्वॉल्व होते हुए पूरी एनर्जी के साथ ये सुपर एनर्जेटिक क्लैश बिटवीन द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन एंड द ओलंपिक चैंपियंस एंजॉय करने के लिए आप सब तैयार हो जाइए। लगभग 5 मिनट में ये मुकाबला यहाँ पर हम खेल के देखने वाले हैं। आप सभी का सरदार वल्लभ भाई पटेल इंटरनेशनल हॉकी स्टेडियम रायपुर में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है।
National League Hockey fans get social and involved in the Hero Hockey World League Final. You can follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube.
quarter-final time here at the Hero Hockey World League Finals, and the crowds have come in to see what should be an absolute belter of a match. The world champions taking on the Olympic champions. Many would have hoped that would be the final, but it is in fact the quarter-final. Australia taking on Germany. Australia are the world champions, Germany the defending Olympic champions. Australia finished second in their pool, Germany finished third in theirs, and so they meet in this second quarter-final of the Hero Hockey World League Finals. One game played earlier today, and that saw the Netherlands make their way through to the semi-finals following a 2-0 victory over Canada. Players make their way out, not looking too comfortable through the pyrotechnics. Mascots looking extremely happy. Lots of young people coming out here in Raipur to take in the action of what should be a truly great game tonight. VIPs make their way forward. Norman, the CEO of Hockey India, Leandro Negre, the president of the FIH, and the man shaking the hands, Ajay Chandrekar, the Honourable Minister from the government of Chhattisgarh. And the reason that Leandro Negre is there will be a quick presentation, I believe, because he will probably be called forward now. A very special evening for the man on the left-hand side. Nathan Stagno from Gibraltar will officiate in his 100th international match. Comes from Thaleta in Gibraltar, in Catalan Bay. And he also was the umpire in the World Cup final in 2014. No mean achievement for a man from Gibraltar. Well done, Nathan Stagno. We will now, though, pause for the national anthems, and the first national anthem this evening will be Advance Australia Fair. The national anthem of Germany, the Song of the Germans. The formalities are over. Valentin Altenberg shakes hands with his coaching staff as the players go through the same ritual on the pitch. Starting under the bar for Australia is Tyler Lovell, but don't be surprised if they switch goalkeepers during the match. Mark Knowles has been there before, so too is Fergus Kavanagh. Matthew Dawson, well, it's a new experience for him, but Tim Deven also adds a bit of steel in the defence to start with. Aaron Zalewski is full of running, so too has been Simon Orchard, whereas Eddie Ockenden should be the rock in the midfield for Australia. Up front, we'll expect Kieran Govers to be lively, such a fierce competitor. Jamie Dwyer is always able to create something for them, and Trent Mitten loves to poach a goal. Nicholas Jacobi starts under the bar for Germany, as he has done so many times. Their defence will be marshalled by Moritz Förster, wearing number 21. Also, Heine, another key player for them. But look out too for number 4, Lucas Windfeder from penalty corners, an area where Germany have struggled so far. Timur Utz has been lively on the right-hand side. Tobias Hauke and Martin Zwicker, they will be the midfield through which all the creativity comes for Germany. Nicholas Vellen and Christopher Rohr are 2 young guns, and Florian Fuchs, just a little bit older, has come off his sickbed, having missed Germany's last game against Argentina, and takes his place in the starting lineup. Looking at the form guide for the last 10 matches of these 2 teams, this is not against each other. They've been fairly even, Stephen. Australia won 5, Germany have won 7, but they've struggled. They haven't won a single game here at the Hockey World League Finals. Umpires Nathan Stagno and German Montes de Oca from Argentina. Will be Germany to push back and get us underway. Australia versus Germany, the second quarter-final of the Hero Hockey World League Finals, coming to you live from Raipur. I'm Ashley Morrison, alongside me in commentary, former India coach, Delhi Wave Riders coach, and now the coach of Austria, Cedric de Souza. This should be an absolute humdinger of a game.
Well, it's crunch time. It's the quarterfinals, the knockout stage. Time for trial and error over. It's all about winning now. And it's different styles of play. Germany, which is methodical, patient, wear you down 2 versus 1 hockey, whereas Aussies playing with the aggressive, putting you under pressure and must-win attitude hockey.
Well, Moritz Förster on the ball there was saying at the press conference before, it's at the knockout stages that Germany know they have the ability to lift their game. They're going to have to do so, Cedric, because they drew their first game with the Netherlands 0-0, drew with India 1-1, and then lost to Argentina 3-1. Tonight, they have to perform.
Well, you know, that's very important for them. The Germans have a kind of a composure, and they try to come out good always in the big ones. So I think today is the day they've got to make it work at any cost.
Germany having the lion's share of possession in the opening exchanges. Moritz Förster sweeping it forward, good pass, finds Vellen. He leaves it behind for Windfeder. Zwicker will show all the time in the midfield. He, to me, is one of the unsung heroes in the German lineup. Förster allowed to come forward. It gets through to Florian Fuchs. Just gone wide, a deflection off an Australian stick. And that was a great opportunity for Germany to take the lead.
Well, Germany had this possession play right through it. A long ball from Fuchs going right through the defense on the wrong foot, on the wrong side of the defender. Fuchs gets that ball, he fires it in, it just takes the deflection of Lovell and goes for a long corner.
Tyler Lovell called into action early. Valentin Altenberg still looking for his first win as the German coach. Only took over very, very recently. 34 years old, he becomes the youngest German hockey coach since Jamie Mulders took over the women's team in 2012. He was 36, Altenberg is 34.
Well, actually, he's from the under-21. He's the coach of the under-21 team. And normally, they take over the national team. It's the kind of way of German hockey. And I think, you know, he's got a lot of shoes to fill in, because Marcus Weiser was a predominantly most successful coach for Germany, having won at the men and women level gold medals at practically every championship.
It is going to be hard shoes to fill, and the Australian coach also had some fairly hard shoes to fill, some would say. Graham Reid following on from Rick Charlesworth, who was, or is, still an absolute legend in the game. But Graham Reid so far has done pretty well. He's won 29 of the 40 games he's been in charge of Australia in the second spell. He did have a couple of tournaments where he was in charge when Rick Charlesworth was in charge. Australia like to give that opportunity to the assistant coach. Coached at the Oceania Cup in 2013 and the Champions Trophy in 2012. Orchard, though, for Australia, picks up the ball in midfield. Can they mount a serious attack on the German goal? Good run coming forward from Eddie Ockenden. Body's at the top of the circle. Ockenden just hesitating. Now plays it in, looking for a foot, gets one, and it is a penalty corner for Australia. But this is an area in which they've struggled in this tournament so far. They've only scored 4 goals from 28 penalty corners that they've won, and they've won more penalty corners than any other team in the tournament.
Well, Eddie Ockenden puts the inside-out dodge, hits the ball into the circle. Hannah actually running back into the circle, keeps his eye off the ball, and the ball hits him on his foot, and a penalty corner. Soft foul, not walking at the ball, and getting back into your circle.
Jeremy Hayward wearing number 32, waits. Of course, he was out with an injury for a long time. It's his first major tournament back, 6 months out after a stress fracture in his shin in May. Trent Mitten waits at the second battery. It is Hayward, sweeps towards goal. It's Hayward who gets the opening goal for Australia. That will lift his confidence. That will lift the Australians' confidence. Their first meaningful attack, penalty corner, 1-0 ahead they go.
Well, if you look at the injection, it's perfect, and Hayward has plenty of time. He flicks it low and true towards the right-hand side of the keeper. Jacobi goes down, but he's late on his movement, and the ball just trickles into the back corner of the net.
Well, that is Hayward's 3rd goal of the tournament, the first in the match tonight. And that is just the start that Australia wanted. Give them the world of confidence. Going into this game, they had a hard-fought match against Belgium, which they won 1-0, and then lost to England 5-2. That was a shock to many people. The most goals they'd ever conceded against Great Britain. Had to go back to the 1994 Champions Trophy, where they conceded 4 goals to Great Britain. And then they managed to beat Canada last night 6-0. Trent Mitten plays on quickly, surrounded by German players, leaves the ball behind. Goads surging up the centre of the pitch. Goads gets a free hit just on the edge of the D. Jamie Dwyer makes his way forward, looking to get on with play quickly. The ball's with Zalewski. He'll push it out wide to Swan. Swan may strike it forward, just goes on the backhand. Now drills it forward. It's a great deflection by Jamie Dwyer, and Australia have a second goal. Jacobi just looks back in his net and sees the ball nestling on the ground. A wonderful touch from Jamie Dwyer. 2-0 Australia.
Well, Matthew Swan pulls the ball from his right into his left-hand side, looks for a cross ball inside. The German players are not marking, and Jamie Dwyer steals behind them with a lovely deflection past Jacobi into the goal. The ball actually is dummied by Aaron Zalewski, and Dwyer gets behind him, angles the stick perfectly, had little or no time to put that ball inside, and as brilliant as Dwyer can be. He's just the best in the circle.
Oh, Jamie Dwyer with his first goal tonight, second goal of the tournament. This is a great start for Australia. Germany will be rocked on their heels. They will still believe they can come back. Don't worry about that. They have rested a fair few players, though, for this tournament. Linus Butt, Christopher Wesley, Matt Scrambush, Christopher Zeller no longer here, Benedict Furt. Some of the players missing, and of course then there's Pilt Arnold as well.
Well, you know, if you look at it, even Australia is missing quite a few players. You've got Chris Sorrello, Blake Covers, Jake Wetton, Tristan White, Glenn Sixton, and Nick Budgeon. You know, there are a lot of players missing in this tournament. So, you know, both teams can take heart from the youngsters being given the exposure.
Into the D it goes. You also forgot to mention Carl Brown, who played in the Hockey World League semi-finals when Australia were victorious. Great touch by Jamie Dwyer, low down. Gets the applause of the bench and a fist pump from Simon Orchard.
But for me, the most important thing was Zaluski leaving that ball for Jamie. It was a tremendous communication between both players, both in the same line. German defense not catching either of them, and Jamie angles the stick brilliantly for a lovely, brilliant goal.
Germany have only scored 2 goals so far. This is their 4th match, and Nicholas Vellen has scored both of those goals for them. They do have a potent strike force in Ruhr, Fuchs and Vellen. They will not have expected this start from Australia. Swept forward, Ruhr trying to deflect into the D. Hayward, though, got his stick there first. Fed Goads, Goads cleverly playing it into the feet. Beal trying to play on quickly, but from the wrong place, so all being called back.
Well, one of the things that the Germans have shown in this tournament is they lose their composure when they're hustled. And you know, you've already seen it just now in the movement between Matt Goads and Hawker.
Super pass from Beal, finds Turner inside the D. Along the baseline he goes, looking for a foot. Good defence from Muller, though. Sweeps the ball away. In fact, it was Förster. Now it's Muller. Good intercept from Hayward again, running back and intercepting the ball as it was played to Fuchs. Comes back to Hayward. He feeds Goads, but Goads just unable to bring it under control.
Well, actually, in this first 7 minutes that we've seen is, you look at the ball, the movement is all Australia. Australia has this ball, then Turner getting along the baseline, looking for a foot, trying to find a foot, but the German defense keeping their sticks away, deep down, and the legs behind the stick, and not giving a penalty corner. But actually, I was just saying, the Germans are actually playing right down the center, and Australia is spreading the wings as much as possible and trying to fire the balls in from wide.
Comes out wide to Moritz Förster, the captain. He drills a diagonal ball across. It's a good one into the D. Beal deflected, and it was saved by Tyler Lovell. Still alive, though, for Germany. Florian Fuchs takes a tumble, plays on quickly, goes into the D, is obstructed by Wotherspoon, so it will be a free hit to Germany. What a pass that was from Moritz Förster.
Well, it's a fantastic defense spreading pass. Played from transfer, direct transfer from the defense right up to the left striker.
Constantine Stave was the man, unable to get the shot past Tyler Lovell.
Well, it's a fantastic ball. You look at it, it goes right through the defense. And the Fuchs standing right in the corner. They're waiting for that ball behind the defense. Gets the ball, plays the ball inside. A bad first touch and a clear save by Lovell.
Australia will have to be alert for that. Valentin Altenberg will not believe what he's seen. He's disappointed with the 0-0 draw against the Netherlands and a draw against India and a defeat against Argentina, which he actually said we were appalling in. We didn't deserve to win it. So very honest assessment from the coach. Beal now drills the ball forward. Orchard was there, but it was good defending coming from Nicholas Vellen.
Well, Orchard was lurking behind on the far post, waiting for that long ball to come inside. Vellen keeping his stick down flat, marking very well in the deep zones. It's a lovely ball from Turner, a quick first touch and a cross ball right through, piercing the defense, but Vellen getting in front of the tackler and saving the ball.
Govers trying to feed the ball through to Glenn Turner. It's a good run by Fergus Kavanagh to the baseline as well. Australia trying to play it off a foot. I think it came off an Australian foot, so it will be a German free hit.
Every time the Germans have the ball, you see 2 or 3 Australians tracking the ball, putting a lot of pressure on the ball wherever it is.
Another good pass from Förster, this time finding Fuchs. Jeremy Hayward, though, had him in his pocket and managed to steal possession. That's a poor pass from Wotherspoon. Managed to set up Oscar Dieker. Dieker wide, playing the ball, looking for the foot, appeals for it. And a penalty corner goes the way of Germany. May not be as scary as some people think, because Germany are the only team so far yet to score from a penalty corner.
Well, that ball is played and Decker gets the ball. He goes down the flank. Kavanagh puts the stick down. He leaves his feet exposed, just kicks the ball behind, and a clean penalty corner. Stick has to be down between your feet, in front of your feet, so you don't give penalty corners. Get your feet outside the circle if you want to, use your feet.
Germany have had 6 penalty corners so far in the tournament. They've gone for variations as they're missing their main drag flick. As Förster waits, Vinfader was practicing in the warm-up. Looked the preferred option. Förster pulls wide. Vinfader's at the second battery. Comes to him now, swoops towards the goal, and Vinfader has pulled a goal back, although I think it's been given as a long corner. So it must have gone wide. There was a celebration from one of the German players as they turned away. I heard the thud and thought it had hit the backboard. First, a strong challenge coming in from Goads. Australia will match Germany physically. They always do. Good deflection. Lovell, brilliant save. Save with his stick and then clawed the ball away with his left mitt.
Well, a brilliant pass by Förster, showing the ball, showing his stick to the right-hand side and slipping it to the left. And a great first-time touch on the baseline. Lovell palms the ball with his stick. Ball raises and palms the ball out to safety with an outstretched hand.
Förster at the moment creating everything. He's just drilled the ball into Martin Zwicker, which gives Glenn Turner possession for Australia. Förster now just pushes in front of Glenn Turner, and quite rightly is penalised. Not quite sure what he's complaining about there.
Well, the flick is through and hard and hits the postman. Standing on the line, gets in front of the keeper and deflects it with his stick. Great presence of mind in the goal.
First up, just playing the ball wide now to Heine, just slowing things down for Germany. In the final 3 minutes of the first quarter, Australia off to a brilliant start against the Olympic champions. Heine carries forward, feeds the ball to Vinfader. He looks to drill it to the penalty spot. Dika was there, but it just came up off his foot.
Well, Germany building up the attack from 4 into 3-man defense, and then going into a 2-man defense, and Vinfader moving up along the side, overloading the right side, and the ball played to him for a cross ball in, but not halted. First touch was bad by his teammate.
Turner, that looked as if he got a little bit of a bump in the back from Martin Heine. No whistle, though, from the officials, so Turner continues to play on. Moving one way, then the other, then a steal from Vinfader. Expect the challenges to get even more physical, I think, as the match goes on in this one, Cedric.
Well, they don't want to give an inch, you know. They know that if they lose possession or they throw an all-or-nothing tackle, they're going to give a lot of space behind them. So the elimination is very, very scarce in these areas. They just got to push that ball, play the ball, and eliminate it with the speed of the ball and the long passes.
Those cards could be crucial as well. Teams have to make sure they keep the full quota of players on the pitch. Number 1 ranked team in the world taking on the number 3 ranked team in the world. No room for margins of error. Zalewski penalised. Hauke looks to play on quickly. Good pass from him, finds the run of Timo Oritz. And the free hit goes the way of Australia. Played on quickly. Orchard closed in by 3 German players. It was a good pass. Again, there was a little bit of a nudge on Trent Mitten coming from Rabente.
Well, you know, that's normally a ploy by the defender.
Trent Mitten turns inside the circle. Did that come up off a stick? Yes, it did, according to the umpire. No danger. Martin Zwicker will calm things down for Germany and looks to help it forward. Now it's a foot race between Jonas Gommel. He was beaten by the a few years older Fergus Kavanagh.
Well, actually, you got to just tell the viewers basically the fact that any ball that rises in the circle is dangerous not to yourself but to your opposition. So if it rises up and you say why not a penalty corner, but it must be dangerous to the opposition, not to your own player.
Final 30 seconds of the first quarter. Australia in a good position. Valentin Altenberg, the coach of Germany, will no doubt be very anxious to get his team on the side and just regroup and sort a few things out. Good ball forward again by Germany. Stabe helps it forward to Velen. Velen gets a free hit, but he's not going to get the chance to take it, much to his disappointment. That is the end of the first quarter. Australia starting superbly. Opened the scoring in the 4th minute, courtesy of Jeremy Hayward, and then Jamie Dwyer deflected a second goal a minute later. Score at the first break, Australia 2, Germany 0. Take a look now at the highlights from the first half. Germany were the first on the attack. Florian Fuchs with a shot that just went wide, courtesy of a deflection off Tyler Lovell. And then Australia won a penalty corner. It's been a problem area for them in this tournament, but Jeremy Hayward stepped up and fired it past Nicholas Jacobi, and that was 1-0 to Australia. Then it was a good movement down the right-hand side. Swan went on the reverse, played it in on the angle, and Jamie Dwyer was there just to stick poke it past Nicholas Jacobi. 2 goals in 2 minutes, and Australia were in a great position. Moritz Förster, though, fed Oscar Dieker, and unfortunately for Germany, Tyler Lovell thwarted them again. Well, Cedric, if we look at those statistics, Germany have had the lion's share of possession in the opponent's half. They've even had more circle entries, but Australia have wear its cant. They've scored the goals.
Well, I think that's the important thing, you know, after having so many penalty corners in this tournament, 28 and just scoring 3. They got the goal, the first penalty corner, bang into the corner, and then a great movement, a transfer ball, played wide and frog into the circle, a great deft deflection by Jamie Dwyer, and 2-0 up.
Germans make their way back out onto the pitch. It will be Australia to push back. 2-0. In fact, it's Germany to push back. Jamie Dwyer's already run into the German half. Australia have switched their goalkeeper. Germany, have they got a way to come back? Will Australia continue to play the way they've played, Cedric, in this second quarter?
Well, they've got to keep the pressure on Germans, because the Germans know they weigh you down, they never give up, they have this mental attitude, they're strong, and they'll try and use the long transfer balls from the left or right side, because the Australians are actually closing down the centre.
And Australia have struggled of late against Germany. If we go back to 1990, all the fixtures in the FIH calendar in that period, Australia have played Germany 36 times, only won 13, and Germany have won 20 times. Double deflection up off the Australian stick, so free hit to Germany. Of course, if this game does finish even, we go into a shootout. It is the quarterfinals. Swept back, Hayner looks up, closed down quickly by Knowles. Ball ricochets up off a German stick, much as they complain. In fact, they're going to go for a referral. And I think they might regret that, Cedric.
Well, I think that ball was played in, it was a nice transfer ball, and ball fired into the circle. Fuchs comes forward to receive that ball. There's a kind of a corn, actually, the ball rises off the stick. There are 2 people.
Let's hear what the umpire has to say.
A Germany referral. For me, Germany raised the ball and it's dangerous. They are saying that it is not, that Australia deflect the ball first and then touch the body of the German player.
So Germany is saying the ball came off the stick and then was lifted into the German player. Hard to see from that angle, Cedric. I think that comes off Stabe's stick first, but that's my opinion.
It's very difficult to see because both the sticks are actually at the same point.
It's very hard to tell whether Simon Orchard's stick gets there ahead of Konstantin Stabe's. Be difficult for the video umpire to make a decision on this one.
Well, actually, if they can't, If they can't actually make a decision because they can't see it, then the question is, it goes with the umpire's decision on the pitch.
But you see, to me, you can't tell whether Orchard's touched that or whether it actually goes then on to Stabe's stick, because the next shot, the German stick is in front of Simon Orchard. So to me, we should be sticking with the umpire's decision, but we'll hear what the video umpire has to say.
Herman, it's just not clear enough. I'd have to say no advice possible, so therefore stay with your original decision, and Germany keep the referral.
Okay, no decision possible. My decision stands.
Well, that's what I thought. Andy Mayer saying that no decision possible. It was very, very hard to see.
Both the sticks won, Orchard's on the left-hand side and Korn on the right-hand side. Just the sticks so close together, you couldn't tell.
Well, Australia will be pleased they got that decision, but Germany keep their referral, and that will be important to them. Dwyer goes back to Mark Knowles.
Well, actually, every time in the build-up, you just watch the Australian players. They're all moving. All the strikers are moving. All the midfielders are moving. They're looking for the gap, looking for the long ball through. It's not static. It's all the time movement, movement, movement without the ball.
Burster and Govers coming together. Burster getting the free hit and being told to bring it back to where the offence occurred. At the moment, he seems to be the key player for Germany, certainly in terms of his defence splitting passes, but they do have plenty of other guns in their team. Hayner goes back to Förster. Australia just sitting back at the moment. Förster, short pass. Now is closed down by Ockenden, but the ball goes into Ockenden's foot.
One of the things the Australians also have is the fact that all three midfielders can move into attack and the three strikers can get back in the midfield. So there can be an interchange of plays anytime, and they know the defensive and attacking roles.
Christopher Ruhr can always be dangerous when he's running. That's a super pass out wide from him to Rebente. Into the circle he goes, and a penalty corner has been won by Germany, their second of the match.
Well, a great ball by Christopher Ruhr, right across, played right across down the right-hand side. He comes into the circle along the baseline. Jamie Dwyer putting pressure on the left-hand side, hacks his stick, and a penalty corner. There was no point in that, especially for a player of his caliber. He had only to channel the boy towards the goalkeeper, and the goalkeeper step forward and take him on the forehand.
I reckon, though, Cedric, that Australia would have watched the videotapes of Germany in this tournament and known that they've not got much from penalty corners at the moment and would back themselves to be able to defend what they have to offer.
Well, Germany, this entire tournament, has just got 6 pieces, and they haven't scored any from them.
Förster waits. Rebente stops. Förster sweeps. Lovell saves again. Australia trying to scramble it clear. Lovell does well again. Lifted shot. Saved brilliantly on the line by Matthew Swan. And then it goes off a German stick. It was actually Charter. My apologies for getting these switch goalkeepers. On corner to Germany. Across the goal it comes. It's another strong challenge. Ruhr at the top. Lifts the ball over the first stick. Comes to Rebente. Rebente fires it across the D again. Australia sticks it down. Ockenden carried it forward. Tried to feed Dwyer and didn't get the pass back because Ruhr committed a foul.
Well, the penalty corner is a good one because Förster plays the ball. It goes straight into Charter's pads. Ball ricochets. It comes up to Matthew Swan. Matthew Swan should have pushed that ball out harder, but he was just waiting a bit. He took his eye off the ball, and the Germans tried to put pressure, but they cleared the ball to safety, luckily for Australia.
Germany unable to score as yet to pull a goal back. Moritz Förster plays it out of defence to Hauke. Hauke spinning one way, then the other. Got away from Mitten. Feeds Ruhr. Strong challenge from Oliver Korn. It's a good pass to Florian Fuchs. He cuts inside Knowles. Opens up, pushes the ball out onto the left-hand flank to Moritz Tromperts. Tromperts comes back across. Zalewski just halts him momentarily. Then it comes out wide onto the right to Dika, who tried to feed Trompert's back, but the ball was deflected off Dawson's foot.
That's the hallmark of a good team, you know. When you play the ball to the wides, you don't give them space to cut inwards. You make them come around again and give your defense time to regroup at the back and settle down. No direct transfers allowed.
Ball played all the way back to Hayner, who again feeds Förster. He looks to go on the backhand, closed down well by Mitten, who just took the ball away from him, but it's cleaned up again by Tromperts. Back to Hayner. Dwyer applying pressure now. Hayner having to go one way, then the other. Germany totally in control of the possession, as you can see on the ticker tape at the bottom. 68% in the opposition's half at the moment in the game. But Australia keeping them away from their goal. Good defensive play and good structures being shown by Australia at the moment. Good discipline. Förster looking to try and angle a pass. Nothing really on, so goes short to Muller. Now that's a great angle pass to pick out Christopher Ruhr. He takes it away from two defenders, looking to feed it inside the D. It's done really well. Shot just slipping, Dika, and it's a penalty stroke. The first effort from Oliver Kahn, and then it's a penalty stroke being awarded, although there might be a referral. Mark Knowles deciding they don't want to use their referral.
Christopher Ruhr gets that ball, he pulls it inside. There's an inside ball into the top of the D. Oliver Kahn gets that ball, he's hacked by Matthew Dawson. The clean penalty stroke.
Chance for Germany to pull a goal back. Saved by Charter. So Oscar Dika can't take the opportunity presented to him. High fives for the Australian keeper. Is this going to be their night?
Well, Oscar Dika tries to sidestep the goalkeeper, actually wrong foot the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper steps to his right-hand side, but the ball hits his bang in his chest and a save.
Oh, Charter will be pleased about that. Didn't have a very nice celebratory game last time out for Australia in their game against GB when it was his 100th cap. This is now his 102nd game. Didn't have a lot to do in the game against Canada, to be honest. Förster trying to carry out for Germany, and I think might see a card to Goads, or is it being Wotherspoon? It's Wotherspoon has got the card. A bit of confusion. Germany on the attack. Oritz trying to cut back. Australia double teaming. Ockenden was first to the ball. Really defending well at the back.
Well, it was great double teaming by Australia. One taking the man, one going onto the space and getting that ball quickly. The kind of speed in the defense is incredible.
Eddie Ockenden really doing a lot of work in this first half at the moment. And Wotherspoon on the side. Two minutes he will have with the green card. Now it's carried forward by Gommel. Swept wide, looking for the run of Dika again, but just having to stretch and unable to bring that under control.
Well, the Germans are actually playing a perfect pass. Their final pass is always very, very good. It's just the first touch which is eluding them at the moment. And the striker's moving wide away from the defender to receive that ball.
Good pressure again, that time from Jeremy Hayward. Real pressure. He was right on the tail of Constantine Stabe. Free hit goes Germany's way, but it wasn't from there. It's going to have to go back at least 10 metres. They're leading by 2-0. The goals coming in the first quarter. Penalty corner from Jeremy Hayward and a field goal from Jamie Dwyer. It's the difference between the two teams as we approach the final 5 minutes of the first half. This is the quarter-final. Trophy that Australia have never won. It is only the second competition, but it is now a penalty corner for Germany.
assist.
So Australia, by committee, decide to refer this one.
Look at him. He's telling me that the player is outside, so it's a free hit. He's telling me it's outside.
So the umpires have discussed it. That's good umpiring. Nathan Stagno coming forward and saying it was outside, so Australia don't need to refer it. The umpires have made a decision. Germany not happy.
Guys, please.
Okay, all players outside.
My friend.
But he's dangerous inside.
Guys, my player is telling me, do you want referral? Do you want
Nathan
referral?
Stagno saying the danger occurred outside. Of course, Germany could refer it if they really want.
Everybody fight.
There's no harm in trying to get that penalty corner for them, but
Everybody fight.
Nathan Stagno was very determined, and he knew exactly what happened, and didn't give a penalty corner.
Well, we're seeing this again where the player has been told to retire 5 meters inside the circle. It was an issue yesterday. Swan cleans up at the back. In theory, if he is on the line, he can be on the line inside the circle, and I checked this with the tournament umpire.
Well, it's a lovely pass by Fuster, and actually it's off the left foot, and it deflects off Jeremy Hayward, goes on to Matt Goetz, which is outside the circle, so it's not a penalty corner.
Though managed to defend again well. Trying to create something down the right-hand side. Kieran Govers full of running tonight. Simon Orchard now looks to take on Zwicker. Zwicker just pushes it over the sideline. Orchard again, faced with Zwicker, finds Beal. Beal, good skills from him. Off the foot it goes, and it is a penalty corner, and there's complaints around from Germany. Jean-Philippe Rebente not happy with the decision. So Nathan Stagno asking, do you want to refer it? That was a good response, because Moritz Förster goes, I want an explanation. That was kicked away by the German, and now they want to refer it. But the problem is, well, they are going to go for the referral.
Okay, for me. And then it's never in the world on purpose, slips away and gets it on his foot. Okay, Andy, you heard Modric. For me, he deliberately plays the ball with the foot.
So now the video umpire, Andy Mayer, has to decide whether it was deliberate from Jan-Philippe Rebente or not, in his opinion.
Well, actually, any deliberate infringement in the 25-yard line is a penalty corner.
I watched your reaction, and you were going penalty corner.
Well, yes, for me it was definitely an infringement, deliberate infringement. He's beaten, and then he kicks the ball.
That looks very deliberate to me.
We see. I'm not going to take a decision. Modric. Yeah, go ahead. I cannot hear you. Yeah?
I think we've got a decision coming down to the pitch very shortly. Just getting one last look. Just the way his eyes look down at his foot, that says to me,
Nathan, there's absolutely no reason to change your decision. Therefore, stay with what we got, and Germany lose their referral.
So Germany lose their referral. They continue to complain. Moritz Förster far from happy with the decision. Nathan Stagno going, that's my opinion. Andy Mayer agreeing with him. And Germany, well, they need to get behind the line and try and defend this penalty corner from Australia.
Well, they've got to regroup as soon as possible. Okay, they've lost their referral. They're 2 goals down. They've got to get their composure back, do something different. Don't just start, going on the umpires all the time. Get your act together.
Kieran Govers waits at the first battery for Australia. Simon Orchard is the stopper there. Wotherspoon is the stopper at the second battery, where Matthew Dawson waits for Australia. Daniel Beal will inject. Can they get another goal? 1 from 1 so far tonight. Germany rattled by the decision. Need to focus and need to keep this ball out. Switch from Govers and Dawson at the top of the circle. Now Knowles moves. Comes to Govers. Govers sweeps, looking for a variation. It ricocheted up off a German player, so it will be yet another penalty corner for Australia.
Well, the ball is played to the second castle. Kieran Govers plays the ball wide for a slider deflection. Turner running inside on the right-hand side for a slider deflection. Ball hits the second wave of runners and a penalty corner.
Hits Rebente again. He was the man that gave the initial penalty corner away. He's involved in everything at the moment, Jean-Philippe Rebente. It will be Glenn Turner to inject for Australia. Dawson at the second battery, Govers at the first. Orchard to stop at the first, Wotherspoon to stop at the second. Knowles shifts again, comes to Govers. This time he sweeps it straight into the first runner's legs, so it will be another penalty corner for Australia. Their fourth of the match, 1 from 4 so far in this match.
Well, Hannah runs out front, right in front of the line of the ball, and hits him straight on the legs, and the penalty corner.
Not quite sure what Maritz Förster is complaining about. That hits the foot, and the whistle was very, very quick from Montes de Oca. Dawson at the first battery now. He will have a go. Dawson sweeps for goal. Dawson scores and celebrates with a little jig of delight. Australia have got a third goal, and that is just going to make Maritz Förster and his team even more angry than they already are. And they're going to have to watch their discipline and their composure.
Well, it's a lovely flick by the youngster who is brimming with confidence. He flicks the ball through and down, right to the left-hand side. Jacobi should have gone with his pad, goes with his arm right down, goes past him to the far corner. Förster on the line as a postie, has no chance.
Just looking at the body language of the Australians, they're really up for this match. And if you look at the shoulders of the German players, a few of them appear to have dropped. They just feel it's not going their way at the moment. Matthew Dawson making it 3-0 to Australia. Dawson with his second goal of the tournament, both coming from penalty corners. Förster carries the ball forward. Stolen by Australia. Jamie Dwyer trying to calm things down. Ruhr fouls Jamie Dwyer. Played on. Orchard running up the middle. Dwyer feeds him now. Dwyer will get the return pass from Orchard. Zalewski's wide. Aerial pass is a good one to Kieran Govers. He should go in the D. Strikes a shot. Lifted it high. And it whistled over Jacobi's bar.
Well, what a fantastic pass by Jamie Dwyer. Transferring the ball from the left-hand side above with a lovely direct flick right across the whole pitch. Gets the ball on the run. Picks up the ball. Kieran Govers picks up the ball. Fires. Gets into angle. Early preparation. Fires the ball just over Jacobi, who had actually fallen.
Well, this is a very different performance from Australia than one we saw against Great Britain. Beale really taking it to the Olympic champions. Now it's Mitten trying to just play an underarm pass, but Förster steals the ball. In the final 2 minutes of the first half, Germany will have a bit of time to regroup and try and find a way back into this match and into the semi-finals. Maritz Förster's words may come back to haunt him, that Germany knows how to play in the knockout stages. That's when they lift. They know they can do it.
Well, actually, I'd like to talk a little bit about Matthew Dawson. He's the son of former cricketer Trish Dawson. Started hockey at the age of 8. Earned his first cap as a senior in 2014 after a strong performance at the Australian Hockey League and under-21s.
Dwyer carries forward again for Australia. Mitten is ahead. He tried to feed the ball to Govers, but Govers had already been fooled, I think, by Jamie Dwyer's body language.
Well, it's a great injection, and Dawson has all the time in the world. Hannah way behind, not enough pressure on the first flick. The first wave way behind, and ball played between the postie and Jacobi, who went down with his arm instead of his foot.
Knowles intercepts for Australia and feeds Beale. Beale with a quick pass to Orchard, who's been really lively in the first half. He tried to play a clever pass out to Mitten, but he'd just gone 2 meters too far ahead, and the ball will go out of play on the far side.
Well, actually, it's a great ploy because the entire defense is moving to the top of the circle, leaving the wides open, and a great transfer from the center of the D outside means the defense has to regroup and turn around and get the spaces open for a deflection ball.
Australia now with a high press, trying to stop Germany playing the ball out from defence. Good skills shown by Zwicker. May have lost the ball. Govers just, well, a little bit of a push. I don't think it was too much, but German player tumbling to the ground. It was Revente. Now it's Biel who hits the turf, trying to intercept a pass for Rohr. Rohr brings it under control, feeds Florian Fuchs. Fuchs at the top of the circle, spinning one way then the other. Couldn't feed Dika, and Australia take the ball out. Kavanagh takes it to the corner. Kavanagh runs the clock down, waiting for the hooter. The hooter goes, and Australia march off with pride. Germany, rather dejected, make their way down to the changing rooms. Australia with a really dominant performance in this first half. 2 goals in the first quarter, courtesy of Jeremy Hayward and Jamie Dwyer. And then a 3rd goal in the second quarter, coming from a penalty corner from Matthew Dawson. Means that they go into the long break in a very dominant position. Kieran Govers has worked hard up front for the Kookaburras. And it's been a really strong team performance. Andrew Charter saved a penalty stroke when it would have been 2-1 had Oscar Dika been able to convert that. Score at half-time, Australia 3, Germany 0. Okay. Welcome back to the International Hockey Stadium in Raipur. It's half-time at the moment in the second quarter-final. Australia leading Germany by 3-0. But now we're going to hear from Tobias Hauke.
My whole family is playing hockey. So my older sisters and my mother was playing hockey before, and so I had to go to the hockey field and play this, and I started playing it and love it from the beginning. Yeah, in this team it's really easy because we are one group and we stay all together. So I think all of us have the same aim. So it's not difficult to show the team the way we have to go. But sometimes, you know, for example, we lost the European Cup final at 1-6, and then it's pretty hard to be in front or at the top of this team and try to hold them together. But at the moment, it's pretty easy. If if you was here never before and you never played hockey in India, I think you can't believe what happened if you come to the stadium in India. The crowd is unbelievable, and that's probably the biggest difference between hockey in Germany and in India. If you come to Germany and play for the national team, there are people, I think about 1,000 people for a game. If you come here, the stadium is always full. It's about, I don't know, 7,000 and 20,000 people who come into the game. And that's the difference, I think, between Germany and India.
Half-time here at the International Hockey Stadium in the second quarter-final in Raipur. Australia 3, Germany 0. Promises to be a very entertaining second half as Australia really came out and went for Germany from the start of the match. First attack, though, was Germany's, and Florian Fuchs just fired wide, a good deflection from Tyler Lovell under the bar at that point in the game. Then they went up to the other end of the pitch, and Jeremy Hayward, with Australia's first penalty corner, swept it home low to Nicholas Jacobi's right-hand side. Then Matthew Swan created a bit of space on the right-hand side, played a reverse into the D, and Jamie Dwyer, who else was there to deflect past Jacobi? Celebrations all around for Australia. But then Moritz Förster fed a beautiful pass up the pitch, and it had to be a sharp save again from Tyler Lovell. Germany with a penalty corner. It's Australia saved well with Matthew Charter. Charter in goal. And it was brilliant defending. Another ball out wide, Christopher Ruhr. The diagonal pass is getting lots of return for Germany. Oliver Korn went towards goal, and a penalty stroke was awarded against Australia. And it took Andrew Charter to save from Oscar Dieker to deny Germany the chance of pulling the score back to 2-1. Then Australia went up the other end, had a couple of retakes from penalty corners before Matthew Dawson swept it past Jacobi to make it 3-0 to Australia. One more really good chance for Australia, almost created by Florian Fuchs again, who's caused a lot of problems around the circle. Fergus Kavanagh just killed the clock at the end of the first half. Take a look at the stats, and Germany still, Cedric, with plenty of possession in the opposition's half, but Australia defending superbly.
Well, apart from defense, Australia has actually made it count because they've got into the circle 8 times and they've scored 3 goals. Germans have gotten 7 times and no goals. The important thing in the end is all about goals.
And we're going to now take a look at the first 2 goals with the libero. Cedric, maybe you can talk us through it.
Well, it's a great movement, you know, right down the corner, right down deep in the corner. Jacobi goes down with his stick, but he's actually got no time. He's got all the time in the world. Hannah coming out. You see, he's so much of space behind the first charge. There's so much of time for Hayward to just flick that ball home. The second one actually is a brilliant ball because the ball from Zalewski is played wide. The defense has to move forward towards the ball, and Swanee just moves to the left-hand side, finds a space, fires the ball right deep into the penalty spot. Alan Zalewski misses the ball, decoys the ball, and what does Jamie do? Deflects the ball home, giving Jacobi no chance. 0.3 seconds for reaction.
Well, we're now going to go pitch side to Madonna Teixeira, who's with Valentin Altenberg, the German coach.
Thanks, Ashley. Well, it was a tough start, and in the second quarter, you had some goal-scoring opportunities. Your thoughts?
Well, it's a very tough game for us. It's the world #1 who has been very effective in the first half, using their chances to score. We did not. That makes it 3-0. It's not as clear as that, actually, so I'm very happy with some of the performances, but we need to be more consequential to score in the second half to come back.
How have you motivated the boys back there in the room inside?
Well, this is a classic. Australia-Germany is such a special game. Everyone works for that, so we want to use the second half to play everything we can.
Thanks and good luck.
Thank you very much, Madonna. Moritz Förster, well, he's been solid at the back and has been creating a lot for them with his diagonal passing and his great vision. But it's going to need the forwards to finish off those passes if Germany are to get back. And that's what Valentin Altenberg was saying there. Australia will know they have a tough match against Germans. Defeated them in the semi-final of the Olympic Games. Score in that game was 4-2 to Germany. Australia to push back. Can they build on their 3-0 lead? Can Germany fight back? Jamie Dwyer plays as if he's going forward and then goes back. Cedric, how do you see Germany getting back in this match? Is it as easy as Valentin Altenberg said, that they've just got to finish off the opportunities they create?
Well, that's definitely one of the points. But the question is, how do you create these opportunities? The important thing is to move the Australian defense, play the ball towards the center, then switch it wide, and then find the balls inside. Try and get onto the baseline as much as possible, and try and play the minus balls or the back balls to the top of the circle or to the penalty spot for a deflection or a tip-in ball.
Comes to Heine. He feeds Muller. Jamie Dwyer in front of him, makes him go back. Trent Mitten almost intercepted. Just wonder how much Christopher Ruhr is going to be able to come into this game. It's being closely marshalled at the moment by Fergus Kavanagh. Ruhr has blistering pace, as we've seen on so many occasions. Timo Oretz is also another dangerous player. Florian Fuchs just losing out to Matthew Swan. Orchard helps it forward. Fuchs comes back and tries to close down Dwyer. His pass never made it all the way to Trent Mitten, and Förster sweeps out to the left-hand side. Heine in a more forward position, just over the halfway line. Looks to feed Oretz. Oretz did well to keep the ball in play, but then good teamwork from Knowles and Ockenden gets Australia the free hit.
Well, that's the level of commitment here. You look at it, every player is giving his all. The Australians know the Germans are going to come at them. They're going to keep the gaps. There'll be gaps to score. The important thing is to just keep your composure, play the ball around, frustrate the Germans as much as possible. As far as the Germans are concerned, they've got to keep that ball in play as much as to the center and then pull the ball to the wide and try and fire the ball inside. The important thing is we've seen Australia at times being very, very casual along the baseline and conceding goals. So the important thing is to make use of that.
Well, Christopher Ruhr putting a lot of pressure with Nicholas Vellen up forward. Paid dividends, of course, in the semi-finals in Buenos Aires, where a brilliant goal was scored from an intercept at the back. Almost killed off the game for Argentina. Dwyer trying to weave his way through. So looks like there's going to be a card for one of the German players. Timo Oretz is the man who's been issued the card. Free hit taken by Orchard, fired across, saved by Jacobi, followed in by Dwyer. Long corner. Well, again, Jacobi went to ground. I think Dwyer was just trying to lift it past him. Taken on quickly, fired into the same spot. Penalty corner for Australia. No complaints from Germany. They've got no referral left.
Well, a great pass right through the circle. The ball hits Jacobi, comes up, it bobs up, and Hannah actually is looking for the ball. Where's the ball? The ball bobs up, and then it just Dwyer puts that ball, but Jacobi saves again. The ball goes out for a corner. The next one was a cross ball coming inside. The Germans sticks up in the air, foot on the circle. Why aren't the sticks down? This is so uncharacteristic of a German team who is so particular about not giving PCs.
There's a little bit of a conversation going on between Simon Orchard and Tobias Hauke as that decision was made. Zalewski's made his way to the baseline. Australia stretch their lead even further. Swept towards the goal, saved this time from Govers. Free hit for Germany. Moved on quickly to Zwicker. Zwicker just hesitating before feeding Vinfeder. He now looks for the run of Vellen. Brilliant intercept by Swan, although he just caught his head, I think, on Vellen's knee or hip as he dived for the ball.
Well, Govers flicks that ball. It actually is going for a slider deflection by Simon Orchard. He puts the stick down, but hits his own. It doesn't deflect. He hits the stick flat. and then the Germans just take the ball away.
I think Germany were upset that Nathan Stagno stopped play, but I don't think he had any choice there. It was very apparent that Matthew Swan had been hit on the head, and umpires have to protect the players at all times. So maybe copying some unfair criticism for that. I think he had to make that decision.
I couldn't agree with you, Ashley. I think it's a fantastic decision by Stagno. The danger is the most important thing. You've got to curb danger as much as possible. You see a player down, you have to stop the game, especially if it's a head injury.
Well, immediately he hit the ground. You saw him grab behind his head, so there was no doubt it was a head blow, almost intercepted by Mitten. Ockenden plays on quickly, feeds Zalewski, relishes a little bit of space around the circle.
Well, what you're seeing with Australia also is they're going into attack, but at the back door is always closed. They've got 2 or 3 defenders holding onto the center, allowing you to play wide, but not allowing you to come to the direct route to the circle.
Almost 5 minutes elapsed in the third quarter. Germany still trailing Australia by 3-0. Australia still sticking to their task superbly at the moment. Jamie Dwyer taking the ball away, but it was in fact a German free hit. Now they take it from the wrong place, and Germany complain again at Nathan Stagno. But I don't think Tobias Hauke had any grounds for complaint. He was a long way away. There's a little bit of grappling going on behind play between Hauke and Zalewski. Tromperts tries to get past Deven, unable to do so, but gets a free hit for Germany. He has to go back to Vinfeder. Germany just trying to draw Australia out and stretch them, but again the ball forward is the right idea, but there was just no running from Gommel or Korn.
Well, you know, you've got Knowlesy out at the moment. Mark Knowles is not playing. He's been substituted. And Devon has taken on the role as the last man of defense, a sweeper who takes all the balls which come directly, and he's doing a fantastic job by cutting out all the loose balls.
Rolling substitutions in hockey came in 1992, in the latter part of the year after the Olympic Games. Around for a while now as Dawson, as Cedric was talking about, picks up and he's over halfway and then feeds it back to Tim Deven, who took a deflection. Should be a long corner to Australia. That is the decision. Beale looking to get on with things quickly. Movement from Orchard and Dwyer. He comes across to Dawson. Had to play it well and early. He did. Managed to find Hayward with a very well-angled pass. And then tumbling into the D, but from just outside was Ockenden. He gets the free hit.
I'm not even talking to you. I'm not even talking to you. I'm talking to you.
Well, Moritz Förster, I think he needs to just watch it. He was very vocal in their last game against Argentina, and the umpire can just tell him to calm down. He is the captain, Cedric.
Definitely, you know, we come back to that. You know, the ball, you can see this movement is strong on the ball. Eddie Ockenden moving to the circle, strong. He's been hacked actually by Förster, and he gets upset. Now, this is exactly what you got. You have to have composure. That's the German hallmark. Composed under pressure.
Australia not getting involved in any of the arguments at the moment. Vinfeder plays a pass infield to Dika. Dika with a little bit of space. Has Swan in front of him. Swan got his stick down low. And that was good defending again from Matthew Swan.
Well, it's a lovely call by Stagno. You know, he sees Colbert moving into the circle. Matthew goes down flat. He shields the ball, and it's a foul against the German.
Skadika just shielding the ball from Swan. Dawson now being closed down by Dika, but had a little bit of space to get forward. Feeds Kavanagh and gets in a position to receive the ball back. Options closed down. Dawson almost losing the ball. I think in fact, he's got the free hit. Oliver Korn shakes his head in disbelief.
Well, the ball is played through his feet, and Dawson actually loses control.
Australia on the attack. Ockenden with another good run, fed Wotherspoon. Dwyer back to Wotherspoon. Good defending coming from Vinfader. Swept forward and picked up by Stabe. Surrounded by 2 Australian players. Here's the foul from Jamie Dwyer. Christopher Ruhr has pulled wide on the left-hand side, but the ball was looked to be played over the top on the right-hand side to Vellan. Deven brought it down under control, and now it's fed to Goads. Orchard shields the ball well, loses out in the end. Muller back in field for Germany, played into Matthew Goads as the ball would have made its way to Ruhr. Probably not a bad obstruction by Australia. Now into the D come Germany. Reverse stick shot deflected, and it will be a goal. Christopher Ruhr pulls one back for Germany. Well, it just looped up and just bobbled over the line. Australia quickly go into a team huddle.
Well, there's a lovely ball played right through the defense on right-hand side. Eyes up, looking for the player to play the ball through. He fires the ball in. Dawson, ball watching, and Fuchs goes to the ball, deflects the ball, it bobs over, lands right into the path of Christopher Ruhr. Just a simple tap in overhead. Actually, a tennis shot.
That means everything to Valentin Altenberg. Yet to win a game in charge. Frustration for Australia, but they will try to regroup. They go on the attack immediately. Going to restore their lead. Surging run by Wotherspoon into the circle again. Stolen, though, by Muller, who was the man who started that move that led to the goal. Now it's Förster. Keeping good control. Watched all the way. Stick low to the ground from Govers. Australia have stolen possession. Into the D goes Wotherspoon, looks to shoot. Did it come off a foot? Australia, I think, are going to ask for a referral.
(26).
So Wotherspoon was very quick to appeal. Well, just listen to Mark Knowles.
What do you want?
No, but he hit it into his foot, yeah? But we'll have the stroke otherwise.
Do you want the PC? For
Yeah,
what?
of course, we've challenged.
For what?
We don't have to say anything, do we?
Do you want the PC? Okay.
Yeah, PC, yeah.
Well, Mark Knowles saying we'll have the PC,
Okay.
but if not, we'll have the stroke.
I give an advantage here when I'm stand, and they are saying that they want the PC, just the PC.
That was the foot.
I give an advantage, but they want PC.
I'm not sure where the advantage is here, actually, Cedric.
Well, actually, he's talking about the advantage about...
Hello, Herman.
Yes.
Were you playing the advantage from the tackle at the edge of the circle?
Yes,
The
inside.
ball then went on to hit a defender's foot.
Yes.
So therefore, it should be a penalty corner following your advantage.
Okay, thank you. Was the foot inside?
That's very clear from Andy Mayer, the video umpire. He's got that absolutely right.
That's exactly what I was thinking and was saying when the umpire came on air. The important thing was he had the advantage on the stick check, but he put the ball, he got the advantage, take a shot at goal, but he played the ball across and hit a foot. That's the penalty corner.
So Dawson and Kieran Govers have made their way forward again for Australia. Moritz Förster stares them down from behind the goal line. Looks could kill. Moritz Förster's looking very serious. Will it be Dawson? Will it be Govers? Comes to Govers. Govers sweeps it. Saved by Jacobi. That's a good save to his left-hand side. Long corner for Australia. Mark Knowles wanting to get on with it quickly, then deciding against it and slowing it down for Matt Goads to come back and pass back to Tim Deven. Australia trying to draw the German defence out, shift them one way, then the other, and then play a sweeping pass into the circle. Good movement up front, close marking from the German defence. Good pass down the side, drilled across again, but nobody there. I think it took another deflection.
Well, the penalty corner actually is saved on the line by Booster. He gets a stick on the line. He's actually done a good job on that one. The ball is split low on the left-hand side of Jacobi, and a good save by the defense.
Was indeed, it was Moritz Förster. So congratulations. A great save by the postman and the German captain. Australia go back with possession, just patiently building at the moment. Free hit goes the way of Matt Goads. Strong tackle at the top. Wotherspoon spins away. Good tackle coming in from Martin Heine, just poking the ball away from Wotherspoon. Heine now in possession for Germany on his own baseline. Good teamwork. Fuchs just helping it down the line. Gommel played it into trouble. Wotherspoon ahead, and it was desperate defending. Zwicker coming back and preventing the ball getting to Glenn Turner.
So that's good frontal marking by Zwicker. Ball played in. Kevin Govers looks through, sees Glenn Turner in place, in space, and Zwicker gets in front of his attacker and plays the ball to safety.
Daniel Beale across the goal it comes. Turner tried to get a shot. Germany appeal. Comes back to Dawson. Dawson reverse stick. Good defending this time by Moritz Förster, who cleans up at the back for Germany. And Jonas Gommel really played his team into trouble on that occasion. We look at the stats there, Cedric. It just shows how Australia have now begun to dominate the possession in the opposition's half in this third quarter.
Well, you know, that's important for them because, you know, if it puts the Germans under a lot of pressure, deliberately putting up more players into attack because the Germans have to move forward to try and get an equalizer, get a goal.
Australia on the attack again. Glenn Turner receives the ball, cuts infield. Good defence coming once more from Florian Fuchs. Usually known for his attacking flair, but at the moment tonight he's doing great work defensively for Germany. Florian Fuchs, nicknamed Bambi for the style in which he runs.
Well, Fergus Kavanagh is really playing his heart out. You look at him running at the ball, he tackles and then he moves forward again with the ball just gets loose. The important thing is his quickness in his defensive skills.
Germany have pulled one goal back. They still need to find two more to draw level with Australia and force a shootout in this quarter-final match. Orchard starting to hit his pass to Mitten. That was a great pass to Fergus Kavanagh. Just couldn't bring it under control. If he had, he'd have been one-on-one with Nicholas Jacobi.
What a fantastic ball by Grant Mitten. You know, Fergus Kavanagh running. He's not actually a striker, but he gets back into the 25-yard line, looking for a pass. Just deflects off a stick. The first touch not good enough.
Förster looks up as he carries forward. He'll push the ball out wide, deflected down the line to Oscar Dieker. Good pass infield to Stabe. Stabe just robbed by Mark Knowles, though. Anywhere will do from the Australian captain.
Well, again, you look at that ball, played beautifully, Decker inside, behind, away from Matthew Swan.
Förster was trying to mount a final attack. Australia, have they got time? 13 seconds on the clock. Kieran Govers burning up the field. Glenn Turner will have seen him. Can he get the ball to him? Tries to feed it back, but it's played over the baseline. Both players trying to get a fourth goal before the hooter went. Congratulations from Martin Heine. Just having a little bit of a laugh. That is the end of the third quarter. It's been a painful one for Germany. They've been forced to work hard, but they have pulled a goal back. Score at the final break, Australia 3, Germany 1. Take a look at the highlights now from the third quarter. Ball came across from Orchard, and Dwyer tried to hit the rebound past Nicholas Jacobi, but he covered well.
penalty corner followed up by Kieran Govers was well saved, and Germany looked to break out. Then it was down the right-hand side. Good play, shot from Muller, deflected up into the air by Rebente, and Christopher Ruhr, unmarked at the back post, managed to fire the ball or just tap it over the line to pull a goal back for Germany. Govers swept towards goal, and it was Moritz Förster, the postman, who just deflected the ball away from the goal. Otherwise, Australia would have restored their 3-goal advantage. Possession has changed dramatically, Cedric, in that third quarter. Circle entry still very good for Australia.
Well, you know, the most important thing is goals.
Players making their way back out onto the pitch. Andrew Charter, who saved a penalty stroke earlier in the match. Christopher Ruhr trying to fire up his team. This will be a scintillating 15 minutes. Australia waiting for a ball to come on the pitch so they can actually get the final quarter underway. We get one, but it rolled past Jamie Dwyer. We're underway in the final quarter. Australia leading Germany by 3-1 for a place in the semi-finals and a match against the Netherlands, who defeated Canada by 2-0 earlier today. Doesn't get easier for Australia, the world #1 playing the world #3 today. If they win tonight, they'll be playing the world #2. All the top teams in the world here in the Hero Hockey World League finals in Raipur. Australia was saying, Mark Knowles, that this is a great tournament because it means they get the chance to play against European opposition that doesn't come around very often, except at the major tournaments like the World Cup and the Olympics. So it's a good chance for them to test themselves against the best that Europe can offer.
Well, you know, international matches are very, very important for any team, and playing against the top, the cream of the cream, as I say, is actually the best thing for preparation and to gauge your strength.
Germany, good position for them, swept forward by Korn, but nobody made the run. Vinfader just hesitated for a split second.
Well, that ball actually played by Korn inside. He looks up. There's no lead to the left-hand side, and an easy pickings for Australia.
Just out of that camera shot was the run of Vinfader, but he just stopped. I think he was waiting for the angled pass rather than the straight pass for him to run onto. Australia with Kieran Govers spinning, and that was, well, it looked a rather physical challenge, and then there was a hand in the back of Zalewski from Korn. Swan under pressure, 2 German players closing him down. Oscar Dieker makes his way off the pitch straight away. Ruhr not being allowed any space in which to use his great acceleration.
Well, Swan has made a couple of mistakes in this match so far. He gets the ball, he goes onto his weak side on the left-hand side, and the Germans putting pressure. He's short, he's diminutive. He's got to get the ball on the strong side and switch it or play the ball with a supporting man.
Heine is looking to slap the ball forward, has to instead feed Tromperts. Good movement from Germany. Hawker now gets it back to Tromperts. Orchard in close attendance. Good pass to the baseline, drilled across. Velen had to get back. Velen's done well to claim possession. Good clearance work. Zalewski and Kieran Govers combining really well inside the circle to clear the danger, but Germany have possession again with Moritz Förster. They're looking to build and mount the pressure in this final 15 minutes. Can they find 2 goals? Can they find 1 and give us a grandstand finish? Of course, if it is 3-3, we go into the dreaded shootout. Options limited at the moment. Förster has to go short to Hauke. Hauke closed down by Mitten. Now it comes out wide to Heine.
Hayner being closed down well by Wotherspoon. Reverse stick shot, top of the D, will be brought down inside the circle. Drilled across. Zaluski's stick was there to deflect the shot away from Jan Rebente. Long corner to Germany. Good spell of pressure from the Germans at the moment. Australia really having to concentrate hard. Muller, who created the first goal, goes past the first defender, tries to play it in, comes to Velen again. He's forced out. Good, strong challenge from Eddie Ockenden. Now it's Orchard trying to go forward. He leaves the ball behind for Dwyer and also leaves Tromperts in his wake. Dwyer, good pass forward, finds Trent Mitten. Can he keep the ball in play? Hayner closes him down, and it's a free hit to Australia.
Sustained pressure by the Germans. A lovely ball by Hayner, right across from the left-hand side, behind the defender.
Well, Australia tried to take the free hit while we were watching that replay, and they lost possession. Germany under a lot of pressure in their final third. Förster feeds it forward. It's picked up by Dawson. He finds Ockenden in space. Dwyer has pulled wide, but just couldn't get on the end of Ockenden's pass. Five minutes have elapsed in the final quarter. No change to the scoreline. Australia trying to get one more just to put the game, what they hope will be, out of the reach of the Germans. Germany desperately trying to pull one goal back. Penalty corners have been so much better for Australia tonight. One thing it has highlighted, is someone in the Australian camp told me, is that Australia need to get goals from other areas of the pitch. They can't rely solely on penalty corner conversions. But we should remember that Sorello's not here, Glenn Simpson's not here, and Nick Budgeon, who moved down to the development squad after an operation on a plantar fascia problem, which, for those of you who are not medical, which I certainly am not, is a foot problem.
Well, Australia has scored 2 pieces today, so, you know, they've actually got their act together, and beating Jacobi all ends up.
Mark Knowles just slowing things down, the experienced campaigner. Tim Deven dropping deep. Velen working really hard in the front line for Germany. That comes off the foot. Australia have the ball. Good feed to Beale. Beale looks to feed Dwyer. Dwyer shoots, but he's wide.
Well, it's a great movement by the Australians. Later, Deven puts the ball into the circle, looks up, finds Dwyer running into space. Dwyer receives the ball, and he, on the first touch, puts it try to pass past Jacobi. Jacobi closes the angle, and the ball is played out.
Germany trying long balls now, giving possession back to Australia. Daniel Beale, a little bit of space, feeds Dwyer again, then goes on a run himself. Dwyer shows as if he was going to pass, and then tries to take on the defence, and as he's done for so many years, draws a foul from the opposition. Top of the circle, Wotherspoon trying to find Beale. It was a clever little run, but it was well read by the German defence. Now Velen having to come all the way back almost to his 23-metre line to help out the defence for Germany. All played out wide onto the right-hand side. Oritz is there if required. Desperation again from Swan to keep the ball away from Florian Fuchs. Now it's Velen on the reverse on the left-hand side. Fires it across. It was deflected towards goal. Brilliant save by Charter, because it would have been a goal deflected off the defender had it gone in, because Velen was inside the deep. Now desperately pushed away by Fergus Kavanagh, and Australia's defence has done their job.
Well, it's a great deflection ball. Actually, it went off a defender, and Charter sticks his leg out and saves the ball. Incredible save, incredible reflexes.
Great save by Andrew Charter. The deflection coming off Deven. A player's gone down inside the circle. The whistle has gone. Oscar Dika is the man lying at the top of the circle. Didn't see what happened. It was something behind play, whether... So the umpire's conferring. Neither saw what happened, nor did I. I was watching the ball. Altenberg looking on, concerned. think the cameras have been able to find anything. Oskadika back on his feet, and Moritz Förster claiming that he was struck by an Australian stick.
And
well, the umpires didn't see anything, so play will go on. Seven minutes remaining. It will be a bully off.
No, it's 16.
As the whistle. Well, Jamie Dwyer thought it should have been.
Okay, are you on a play? Yes. With the whistle, you start.
Jamie Dwyer and Moritz Förster. In fact, I think he's going to leave it straight to Moritz Förster, who gives the ball sportingly back to Australia because they were on the attack. Not sure the players involved in that little altercation. Förster carries forward now for Germany. Tromperts. He's got Gommel out wide. Gommel to take on Mark Knowles. Mark Knowles, the experienced campaigner, just timing his tackle to perfection against the young player.
A beautiful tackle by Knowles. He sees, he waits for his time, bids his time actually, and just jabs the ball with his forehand and gets the ball.
Gommel, who plays his hockey for Berlin. Eddie Ockenden now on the ball for Australia, weaved through three players, but it went to Förster. One back by Ockenden, brilliant intercept by him, strong challenge. Ockenden still really putting pressure on Dika, gives him a push in the back. Ball goes out of play, but deflects off an Australian stick. This is good pressure again from Germany. Desperation, now it's Oscar Dika inside the circle. Lovely touch defensively. Wotherspoon coming back and combining with Jeremy Hayward. Germany just at the moment, just lacking that touch of finesse in the circle.
Well, the first touch is so important, especially when you're under pressure. And Wotherspoon does fantastically well. A young striker who comes all the way back in defense to save that ball.
Förster intercepts the aerial pass, plays it forward to Oliver Kahn. It's all Germany at the moment. They're trailing by 3-1, and we're approaching the final 5 minutes of this quarter-final. Mix-up, Oscar Dika wasn't expecting the pass and then looks across at the younger Moritz Tromperts, who's made his debut in this tournament. Now it's Australia on the attack. Turner, he's got Orchard in support, finds him. Orchard gets a push in the back on the edge of the circle, but he's penalised for obstruction and shielding the ball. Förster wanting to get on quickly, slaps it straight into Matt Goads. Goads won't mind because that wastes a few more seconds.
Well, Turner gets into the circle, trying to go into the circle, plays the ball back to Orchard. He covers the ball with his body, doesn't allow Förster to tackle, and it's a foul against him, shielding the ball with his body.
To be fair, there wasn't a lot on for Australia, so it probably wasn't a bad move to just try and get away with that. Now it's Florian Fuchs trying to create some space, leaves the ball out wide to Rebente. Rebente looking to get past Trent Mitten, wins a free hit just outside the circle. Florian Fuchs goes across, then leaves it, and the Australian player Daniel Beale thought it had been played. Tobias Hauke not very happy about it. Again, it probably saves a few seconds on the clock. Australian players did break a little bit early, must remain until ball has gone 5 meters. Desperation again from Beale, and plays the ball on the deck over the sideline. Rebente from Germany goes back. The ball is swept out now to the left-hand side to Förster. Several German players in behind the Australian defence, waiting for the ball to get to them. Ruhr is one, Velen is another. Now it comes to Ruhr at the top of the D. He tries to get round, appeals for a penalty corner, goes to ground a little bit too easily, according to the umpires. Turner pushes the ball ahead of Mitten. Orchard again surging forward. Turner in attendance as well, but the ball is laid back to Daniel Beale. Beale waiting for some support as the German players get back defensively. Then he feeds it to Mitten. Mitten in the corner. He'll just run the clock down for a little bit of time. Förster frustrated.
when Root gets that ball, he lifts the ball up slightly, looking for a penalty corner, but not a penalty corner because he had no control over the ball, and there was no shove.
And also, Hayward didn't actually charge into him. It was the other way around. Graham Reid will no doubt be very pleased with the performance tonight, and his team, hopefully, from his perspective, moving into the semi-finals where they'll face another tough task against the Netherlands. But such an improved performance from the one we saw against Great Britain. Govers now helps it forward. Coming across is Rebente to steal it away from Mitten. Germany still trying to find one goal that gives them the hope that they may be able to force a shootout. Time is against them. Desperation from Dawson. Kept in play. Fuchs, just a little bump in the back. Maybe was unlucky not to get a free hit. I thought the Australian just pushed him off the ball. Comes to Orchard, who's had a big game for Australia. Mitten managed to find Turner, and the free hit will come back. And Germany are taking off their goalkeeper. They're going to go with a kicking fullback for the final minute and 48 seconds. So they're going with the extra man on the pitch to try and force another goal. So Jacobi, that may be the end of his action for tonight. Germany know that their tournament is over in terms of a medal chance unless they get a goal very, very quickly. They've got the extra man now on the pitch. Can they make it pay? Comes to Heine. Help forward to Hauke. Surrounded, 4 gold shirts around him, and Mitten takes the ball. Strong late challenge by Hauke.
Can you ask
the German players, as you can probably hear, are far from happy, Cedric.
Well, the way Hauke had that ball, he was surrounded by a host of Australian defenders putting pressure on him, and he felt he was being impeded.
Heine has protested too much and has got a green card. So they've got 10 players now for the rest of the match and no goalkeeper, Germany. So Hauke helps it forward, looking for Ruhr, finds him. Ruhr having to pull away from Dieven to try and create some space and play the ball forward into the circle. We're approaching the final minute. Now it's Förster. He will slap it forward. He doesn't. He goes to Zwicker. Zwicker, good work from him. Tries to shoot top of the D. Hits his own man at the back post, Florian Fuchs. And that, you feel, will be that for Germany. Launched forward by Kieran Govers. If Glenn Turner gets on the end of this, he may be able to get in the circle and just seal the match for Australia. Goes across the goal line. Turner has scored. What a goal, and Australia have sealed a famous victory. Got a bit of a knock to the head for his troubles, but what vision by Kieran Govers. Great strength shown by Glenn Turner, and that is a 4th goal for Australia.
Well, it's a fantastic movement, look at the vision, look at the precision in the pass, deep from the circle, played right across over the defense. Defense standing up, Turner gets that ball, gets into the circle and just push that ball past the keeper, past open goal actually, just trickles in.
Well, there were strong challenges. Muller tried, and then Ruhr ran across Glenn Turner. Germany restart. The clock is running down. Glenn Turner with his first goal of the match, of course, had a horrible injury, tore his bicep off the bone back in the Sultan Aslan Shah Cup, but has shown he's made a full recovery now. Germany still go in search of a consolation. Velen, who's worked tirelessly all night, though, robbed inside the circle. The hooter goes, and as he did at the end of the first half, Kavanagh has the ball. It's high fives all around for Australia. This is a big, big victory for them. Hadn't beaten Germany in their last 2 meetings, but they've beaten them convincingly tonight in the quarterfinal of the Hero Hockey World League. The final score here, Australia 4, Germany 1.
So if you enjoyed the game here tonight, if you want some more, you can follow us on Facebook.
These are the highlights from the game. Florian Fuchs started off trying to get a shot on target, and Tyler Lover got a good touch. Australia won a penalty corner. Jeremy Hayward swept it low to Jacoby's right, and that was the opening score for Australia in just the 4th minute. A minute later, Swan found space on the right-hand side. He cut back, played a reverse into the circle, and Jamie Dwyer got a deflection past Jacoby to make it 2-0 with just 5 minutes gone. Germany, well, they won a penalty corner. Charter saved it. In fact, that was Lovell. This was Lovell again. In fact, my apologies, it is Charter. Australia keeps switching their goalkeepers, makes it hard to remember who's in goal when. But then Ruhr created some good work at the top of the D, played the ball in. Good work from Oliver Korn. He looked to play it forward, and a penalty straight went the way of Germany. This was to pull them back to 2-1, but Andrew Charter stood tall, didn't get committed, and Dika fired it straight into his chest. Crucial save at a crucial point in the match. And then soon after, Australia went up the other end, and Matthew Dawson swept home his 2nd goal of the tournament to make it 3-0 to Australia. Second half, and Germany did get a goal back. It was good work from Muller on the right-hand side. Rebente's shot ricocheted up into the air, and it was Christopher Ruhr who poked it over the line. Brilliant reflex save from Charter again to deny Germany a second, and then in literally the dying seconds, Turner received an aerial pass from Kieran Govers, and with Germany having gone to a kicking fullback, Turner made it 4-1 to Australia. 4 goal scorers for Australia, 1 for Germany. A really emphatic performance by Australia. We're now going to go pitch side, where Michael Absalom has the man of the match.
Thanks very much, Ashley. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome along to the Hero Man of the Match presentation for the quarter-final between Australia and Germany. What a game it was between the Olympic champions and the world champions. Joining me here is the president of the International Hockey Federation, Leandro Negre, and he is here to present this award to Tim Devan, this evening's man of the match. Congratulations. You also pick up a trek for 25,000 rupees. Very nice indeed. Thank you very much, Leandro. Tim, congratulations, you're through to the semi-finals. That's job done.
Oh, not quite just yet, but we're pretty happy with our performance here today.
What were you most impressed with tonight?
I think the way we held them out, they possessed the ball a lot and played really well and ran us around, and just to keep it to 1 goal, I think, is a credit to the whole team.
Helped that you got off to such a good start.
Yeah, it definitely helps. Starting so well, puts us them on the back foot straight away, and luckily enough, we were able to hold them out, and they played very well, and it was a good match.
Netherlands next then, and that should be another spicy affair.
Yeah, it's always good to play these teams. Like, love playing Germany, love playing Holland. You're always in for a really tough fight, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Good luck in those semis. Well done.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michael. We look at the possession stats. Well, it did change. Germany were dominating that, Cedric. Australia really fought their way back in the match.
A fantastic all-round performance by Australia, getting their goals, plugging the defense, not giving enough space, putting a lot of pressure on the Germans.
Well, it was an impressive performance. 2 great games today. Canada made Netherlands work really hard for their 2-0 win, and Australia were victorious 4-1 over Germany. Those 2 will meet in the semi-final. Tomorrow up, Great Britain take on India, and Argentina take on Belgium in the other quarter-finals. Hope you can join us.
Ladies and gentlemen,